Alright, hello again, everybody. So, I'm back again, because we've got a third new story chapter coming out in Punishing Grey Raven as part of this integrated patch. This one is not a main story update, it's a side story update called When Day Breaks. But I'm not on that screen at the moment, because I'm actually planning on doing something else first, which is the Celine Boss Challenge. And that's mostly just because there was an update this past week where they added in some of the missing English voiceover in the most recent story updates. And one thing that changed is the bosses, which when I fought them last week, had no voice acting, now have voice acting. I think they did have voice acting in other languages, but because I was set to English, I don't think it showed up. And so here I've got the Celine Boss Challenge. I've done all of the lower difficulty levels, so I've just left the highest difficulty level. And I think I'm just gonna go through that because I'd really like to show like what this boss fight is like with voice acting. I think it's pretty neat. So yeah, that's what I'm doing to start. And then after this quick thing, we're gonna get into the new story chapter. So yeah, I am going to in the boss challenge that we can all hear the wonderful voice acting. I'm actually going to switch out.
Finish your tasks. I'll handle the rest.
And this is because she has disruption and this boss has an equilibrium. She's gonna be way better at taking it down.
Crumble and dissipate. Everything from the past shall sink into silence after this day. Embrace your end in truth. Silence. Hypocritical being. Leave it to me. Illusion. Froth. Rupture. The apocalypse will end with Go. Run away. If enemies let crumble and dissipate. Embrace your end in truth. Annihilate. Hypocritical being. Pointless resistance. Leave it to me. He's the final together. Our presence shall grace the void. Crumble and dissipate. Noisy. Let us dance to the wind of oblivion. Embrace your end in truth. Pointless resist. Leave it to me. Pointless. Silence. Illusion. Fraud. Rupture. Hypocritical beings. It ends. Leave it to me. Hey, eyes on me. I am here. Here. Leave it to me. Praise. Blessing. Am I still myself? Hardship has been destroyed in the burning flames. Has been reborn in the ashes.
Hi, Cole.
Rest. Be free from the cage of suffering.
So that wasn't the new story update yet. I was doing the boss challenge for the boss from last story update, because there was an update that added the English voiceover, and it was really cool. I really liked how crazy Agent Zero sounded. I don't know if... So I know Luna is voiced by Susie Young, and so is Celine. I don't know if Agent Zero also was, but whoever was doing Agent Zero, whether it was Susie Young or someone else, great fucking job. Ugh. I loved it. But anyway, what we're here for is the new story update, When Day Breaks, which is a side story. It's not part of the main story. So, I read a little, synopsis of it, where I guess we're going into an abandoned mine to look for something. We'll see. Uh-huh. Alright. So. Fissure in the wilderness. Families of the Constantine disaster survivors must unite. Deserve answers and compensations. Heavy-duty vehicles traverse the uneven terrain under the slanting rays of the setting sun. Roaring engines kick up thick clouds of orange sand, swirling in their wake. In a rail car, an old radio fights its way back to life with a and hoarse crackle. Families of the Constantine disaster survivors must unite. Even after the punishing virus outbreak, we cannot tolerate. Deserve answers and compensations. The vehicle hits a bump and the radio sputters out one last noise before falling silent forever. Can we just fix this thing? The brown-haired girl scratches her head and pounds on the radio a couple times while driving. At 5:30 afternoon, gather at... Radio miraculously jumps back to life after emitting a long hum. You've got quite the knack for fixing things, Bridget. It's almost the end of our shift. broadcast. Is that another protest you organized? So, Norman Mining still hasn't released a detailed accident report. No. The more they try to keep things under wraps, the more I am convinced they're hiding something. Mom and Dad were the most skilled rescue workers out there. They were only human, yet they managed to save so many lives from the wreckage. There's no way they would die in a minor mining accident like that. She slams her fist against the steering wheel. The radio protests with a hoarse crackle. She lets out a sigh. Oh, don't miss your stop. This is where you get off, right? Oh, yes, thank you, Bridget. You wouldn't be able to go there to gather food if it weren't for your heavy-duty vehicle. See you tomorrow. Yep, see you tomorrow. The girl peeks out from the top of the vehicle. She smiles with a hint of sadness as she watches her last passenger of the day head home. Must be nice. Her family must be waiting for her at home with their rations by now. In the distance, the setting sun flares as it descends over the wilderness, as if squeezing out its last bit of brilliance. If only the accident Constantine Mine had never happened. Only her parents' old friend hadn't been in danger. If only she had stopped her parents that day and locked them at home. Then, her parents would also be waiting for her at home with their rations. Phew! That's enough! There's no use dwelling on what-ifs. Done is done. This time, I'll make them hand over the accident report. She rubs her face and settles back into the driver's seat. The radio crackles again and starts repeating the words she knows all too well. Even in the chaos of the virus outbreak, we cannot accept our loved ones' deaths without recovering their remains. Mine collapsed, miners vanished, and every rescue worker who risked their lives for others has disappeared without a trace. Norman Mining cannot use the punishing virus outbreak as their excuse. Families of the Constantine disaster survivors must unite. We deserve answers and compensations. Such naive nonsense. Don't tell me people actually believe this. A large crowd has gathered around the corner, in front of the mine. They are holding handmade signs with anger on their faces. Of course people do. In dire times like these, people need something to hold on to. A researcher waiting by the door comes up with a broad smile. Right on time, Trojan. Not going to run away anymore. Running away won't get us paid either. At least the Corona Corporation paid us. The blue-haired female construct casually curls her lips into a smirk. Clyde, do you really think I wouldn't notice my frame behind my back? Oh wow, you actually remember my name? I thought I was just Researcher A to you. Trojan scoffs at Hyde. Her eyes narrow as she watches the protesters gathered outside the mine shaft. How long are these people going to keep this up? You can't exactly go in through the front gate now, can you? It's a bit of a pain, but I think we could request to use the elevator in the monitoring room that goes straight down. Sure. There's always more than one way to hell. Just like herself. Even without Corona's deception or this Constantine mess, she probably would have died somewhere else anyway. Perhaps even worse than it is now. I mean, not everyone gets to live a carefree life in this turbulent world. While Hyde tries to request elevator access, Trojan dawdles toward the crowd, still in a standoff with the admins. The crowd is gathered behind a girl with brown hair, who is standing right before the metal gate. She must be the troublemaker leading this protest. Of course, I am the survivor's family. My parents were rescue workers, took on Norman's rescue commission for the mining accident a month ago, and they never came back. According to the rescue team's code of conduct, if anything happens to rescue workers, the responsible party must issue an accident report. Responsible party is a laboratory contacted by Norman. We don't know. That's not an excuse. We want the truth. What was the cause of the mining accident? All mining machinery should have been removed and replaced with manual labor after the punishing virus outbreak. How did the virus suddenly break out in the mines? If there really was an outbreak, given how fast it spreads. So, why are most of the mining sites in Constantine still in operation? The administrator keeps stalling, then dodges behind the middle gate, slamming another heavy door shut before disappearing into a room. Every time, she slams her fist into the gate in frustration. It's already been a month. What else can we do? They're making behind closed doors again. She deliberately lowers her voice. I hear they're raising the compensation. Permanent residency in a safe area plus 6 months' work worth of supplies. It's making some people waver. Let them take the offer if they wish. They have the elderly and children to care for. They'll need this to survive. They should take it. But what about you? I will never give up. Brown-haired girl raises her head. Her pupils are blazing like an inferno ready to burst and burn through the massive gates before her. We're not getting anywhere. Babylonia will send someone here to screen for humans with good compatibility. Construct modification next month. I've already signed up. Construct modification? But the mortality rate is so high. They trample on us and our loved ones without hesitation, just because we're ordinary civilians on the surface, who pose no threat to their empire. What if I become a construct of Babylonia? What if I could reach the higher-ups in Babylonia? Dead or alive, I won't let them hide in the darkness forever. I will bring the truth to light, no matter what it takes. She glances discreetly at the brown-haired girl leading the group, without her usual derisive attitude. Such powerful drive in life. Trojan squints her eyes to feel a surge of vibrant energy. Her sensor modules experience an unusual warmth, a rare sensation for her. On a moonless night. Forget it. It's too bright. I feel a little under the weather. He backs away from the fervent crowd with a sigh. You're moving at a snail's pace, Hyde. It's like your clearance here, but it used to be. Your benefits and salary must have taken another hit. It's just a transition period. As a newcomer, I can't expect better benefits than everyone else. That day will come. I mean, what would they do without my flawless work? Wouldn't you agree? Well, here's hoping you can keep up that pride forever. Palms in Hyde's pocket emits a short beep. Alright, the request came through. Let's go, this way. He points to a small hill nearby and makes a dramatic "after you" gesture. You sly fox. Caution is simply a researcher's natural disposition. Dismissing Hyde's remark, Trojan sluggishly strolls toward the hill. Nearby, the brown-haired girl appears to have gotten a tip-off and starts sprinting in their direction. Trojan finds herself slowing down again for no reason. She passes by the brown-haired girl, nearly hitting her shoulders. Don't tell me you're going to run away now. Hyde's voice haunts her from behind. If I wanted to run away, you even be able to stop me? Trojan speaks in a lazy voice without turning back. The elevator hidden between the rocks races downward. It drops once again into the darkness. Extra cost. She strolls lazily into the light. Gotta pass the support force's entry exam. So I guess this all takes place in Bridget's past? I don't know if the whole story does. At least, I don't think it does. Because I'm pretty sure Commandant and Lucia get involved. I saw them in the trailer. So this is the support force. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you alright? Bridget accidentally bumps into a female construct carrying a big stack of documents, and she takes a step back to get a better view of the expansive training grounds. No. It was my bad. I'm so sorry. The female construct quickly starts bowing without fixing her crooked glasses. Her braids almost touch her shoes every time she bows. But I'm the one who bumped into you. No. It's because I wasn't watching where I was going. Bridget stops the construct from bowing again and quickly picks up the scattered files. Well, now that we know each other, hi. I've just been assigned to the support force as a construct. Name's Bridget. I'm Roland. Roland adjusts her glasses, looking uncertain. The files from Bridget and starts speaking with a stammer. I'm a construct from the support force. Because I made some mistakes during a mission, I'm now being trained again. Tears begin to well up in her eyes as she speaks. I was so close to passing the training evaluation. I wanted to enter the task force. Hey, don't cry. Bridget panics. She's not sure how to handle this construct's sudden burst of emotion. I'm so sorry. Shouldn't be like this. Roland sniffs her nose and forces herself to calm down. It's impossible to be perfect all the time. I've blown up quite a few vehicle fuel tanks before. At least now I have a chance to make it right. Bridget gives Roland a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Yeah, you're right. Roland knows Bridget is just trying to comfort her. Can't even remember the last time someone cheered her on. Deadweight. That's what they all call her. Perhaps her terminal illness damaged her motor functions before she was turned into an attacker construct. That's why she can never keep up with her team. Only one person wholeheartedly believed in her. Believed that one day they would fight side by side. Roland, you have to believe in yourself. One day you'll join the task force. Together we... Roland! The brown-haired construct's voice snaps Roland out of her thoughts. Sorry. He apologizes without thinking. No need to apologize all the time. Not a good habit to have. The training camp is telling us to assemble. I better get going. I'll come with you. Complete enough training hours to pass the assessment. Wonderful. Let's do this together. Roland is Bridget's first friend in the support force. Here, files just came in. Handing them over to you. Training data for this batch of newcomers looks pretty good. Wait, why is this kid's strength so unusual? Are you sure this kid is assigned to the right team? Hey, Trojan, come take a look. She gives her colleague a gentle nudge. This construct was assigned to the support force just days ago. Some had reservations about the direct appointment. She was definitely qualified. To avoid getting complaints, the captain only assigned her to train new recruits. She drags herself over to the desk and sees the name Bridget by the captain's finger. It says here that she voluntarily joined the support force. Well, that's good. Support force could use more people like her. If everyone were like Roland. He let out a weary sigh. I'll leave these new recruits to you. Do my best. Blue-haired construct lets out a sigh as well. She barely made it out of that hellhole alive, thinking she could catch a break, only to find herself stuck in another. It would be almost impossible to get out of this hellhole. Her frame isn't good enough to have an atmosphere and vacuum dual flight system. She lets out another long sigh and mutters under her breath. Guess I have to ask for a raise. What's wrong? It's nothing. I just mean that all the newcomers look really promising. She forces a professional fake smile. Oh, she's entering her customer service voice. Support Force's training protocol is very complete. Trojan may not be familiar with their rules. Creating training sessions using existing guidelines should be easy. You again. Trojan crouches next to an exhausted Roland with a defeated sigh. This won't do. You're drawing too much attention. Bridget flips through Roland's training data with knitted brows. She's unsure how to continue training this supposed attacker construct with abysmal physical capabilities. As a barely qualified professional spy herself, I'd rather not have her name end up on the blacklist alongside Roland's. Roland, are you okay? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hold everyone back. I'm so sorry. I feel like your balance control system is a bit odd. This could cause trouble. Instructor, may I team up with Roland? I'll be the team lead. Trojan stands up and examines Bridget with a scrutinizing gaze. She had recognized the brown-haired girl on her first day as the new instructor of the Support Force. I suggest you focus on yourself. She will drag down your average score. She won't cause me any trouble, ma'am. I can help her without compromising my performance. Roland is also my first friend here. Right, Roland? Brown-haired girl's smile is so radiant that Roland gradually stops sobbing, gives a gentle nod. Thank you, but I don't want to be your burden. Come on, don't brush off my good intentions. Bridget reaches out to help Roland up and gently dusts off her clothes. Ma'am, I will show Roland how to complete the rescue mission she was just working on. The rescue simulation system uses a standard frame version designed for support force training. It is different from your own frame, so you will need to adapt to it right away. She boots up Support Force's real-time rescue simulation system once more. Yeah, let's get going.
The mission consists of 2 phases, which will be carried out one after the other, and I will monitor and guide you through the drone in real time.
I didn't expect there to be voice acting already.
Phase 1. Find the rescue target. You would only be provided with a detailed field report in games. In the real world, you are the one who provides such info. Get going. The countdown has started.
Copy that.
Frame combat technique. Frames of the support force are extremely good at defense, necessary to dodge their attacks. Support force tracking techniques. Frames of the support force usually come with a scan system. Open the scan system to better observe the details in the environment. Also, you can... in this scene, Bridget's wearing an alternate skin. This isn't her default outfit. Support Force Rescue Guidelines. During a rescue mission, always save people with higher survival probability first. Make sacrifices where needed.
I hope you still remember what your textbooks taught you. For example, guidelines for...
Of course. Secure the minimal rescue achievement first, then try to save more people.
Good. Saving people with high survival probabilities first is the most rational choice. You have to learn to make sacrifices in rescue.
I've got their attention. Hurry! Both the textbooks and instructors are correct. We must learn to make sacrifices during a rescue, but I prefer not to make any sacrifices.
If a construct can take care of the rescue mission single-handedly, then it would be an elimination mission itself.
But if the risk I take could save one more life, I have no reason to sit around doing nothing. I'll charge this place. I'm already. It's just a scratch.
Bridget's got a really unique orb system, where instead of having like the usual signal orb setup, she has just 3 orbs that like stack. And then her yellow orb, her yellow orbs are like a combo that's always available.
Thank you for not giving up on us.
No problem. Anyone else would do the same.
You're lucky that you're executing a mission in a simulation system. You won't change anything in reality.
At least I tried my best. I have no regrets.
Forget it. Phase 2. Analyze clues and find 3 lone persons to rescue.
血が止まらねえ。
Oh,
誰か。
I don't know why that one. Oh, I've been overlooking them the whole time. Oh, hello, hi.
Thank you for saving my life.
No problem. Anyone else would do the same.
Blood on the ground.
No one's getting past me! This is my final warning!
Thank you. I thought I was going to die.
No problem. Anyone else would do the same. No one's gonna catch me! It's dangerous ahead. Be careful! I'll guard this place! I'm alright. It's just a scratch. I'll guard this place! That's all you got!
I'm alive. Thanks for not giving up looking for me.
No problem. Anyone else would do the same.
That's enough. Time's up. The assessment is over.
As the real-time rescue simulation system powers down, Bridget stands breathless in the training arena. Bridget, what were you doing just now? Ma'am, I was carrying out a rescue mission. That's not my question. This is not the procedure specified in the multi-party rescue program. According to Support Force's multi-party rescue protocol, priority should be given to individuals with higher survival rates, making tactical choices when necessary. That's not what you just did. I concluded I had enough strength left to save another group of refugees. Concluded? I thought you even went through that process. There wasn't even enough time. You got me. The brown-haired girl scratches her head in embarrassment. In real combat, even the slightest mistake in your controls would kill you. Not just the fragile refugees. Much to Trojan's dismay, seeing Bridget put herself in danger stirs an unusual feeling of anxiety in her. But I successfully rescued all of them. My mother told me that when we are in a crisis, don't choose who to save. We should first resolve the crisis. Even if your choices kill you? Even if my choices kill me? I'd love to give you the perfect answer. You act at the drop of a hat before you can think. Trojan lets out yet another sigh. In a few days here with the support force, she's sighed more times than she did in the entire year. No one wants to be part of the ones that get abandoned. That's why I'll always try to save everyone, as long as I can still move. That's the rescuer's code I've set for myself. The young girl meets Trojan's gaze without a hint of fear. Whatever works for you. She can't change Bridget now, but it doesn't matter. Sooner or later, the world will teach this radiant girl some harsh lessons. Trojan quickly scribbles her evaluation on the notebook as these dark thoughts linger in her mind. The only one to achieve a perfect score in Support Force's recruit training. What? This is crazy! So this is how it feels to move as a normal construct? How do you feel? So this is why... It wasn't because I was too weak at all. Roland finally musters up the courage to tell the frame maintenance staff about her past condition with Bridget's encouragement. I see. Yes, you have a point. Very few can achieve frame compatibility after terminal illness, so we haven't really refined our adjustment protocols for such cases. The staff runs tests and readjusts Roland's frame components and calibration parameters. When Roland returns to training, her performance improves dramatically. This doesn't really help my cover mission, but whatever. Trojan casually scrolls through her terminal in the shadows before focusing her attention on the two young women helping each other in the training area. Hey, that move. You've got it all wrong. She hesitates, but finally decides to give a warning. Like this? Actually, never mind. I'll show you how it's done. Trojan sets down her terminal with a weary sigh and strolls into the light. Yeah, so I said this earlier, but Bridget has like a very unique combat style because of her orbs. Like her blue and red orbs are like always in the same position. You don't need to like match them, but you can like stack them up and do 3 pings with them. That's what the number next to them is for. It shows you how many of each orb you have. And then the yellow orbs are just always there, and they are a combo that you can run through whenever you want. Also, she is the first construct with the ignition effect, which I think I explained this a while ago, but since I haven't actually used Bridget yet, I'll explain it again right now. It's basically like, so, I mean, I guess it might work a little differently for other constructs. Bridget has one move that she can use to apply combustible stacks on enemy targets. And then when she uses her signature move, she can turn the combustion into ignition stacks, and the enemies will take ignition damage over time, which is a special type of fire damage. Anyway, I'm gonna take a quick drink, and I'll get on with the story. And the fun thing is fun to me, I guess, is they're going to introduce other different effects soon, too. There's going to be one for every elemental damage type. But right now, we've only got Disruption for Nile and Ignition for Fire on the global server. The Seeker. As the sound of mechanical gears breaks the silence, the massive screen suddenly goes dark. On the day of the Support Force recruit graduation, Babylonia's weather simulation system creates a brilliantly sunny day. Bridget, over here! Impressed by this year's recruits, Support Force Captain approves limited funds for a modest graduation ceremony. Despite Trojan's protest and obvious reluctance, the graduation ceremony goes ahead in full swing. Bridget, look! My evaluation report! With this, I can finally apply for a transfer to the task force. That's wonderful. See, I told you could do it. All thanks to you. I'd probably still be the dead weight of the class without you. Thank you, Bridget. Don't mention it. That's what friends are for. Bridget laughs and gives Roland's shoulder a friendly pat. I still want to thank you in my own way. Roland carefully pulls the 3 colorful cards from her pocket with excitement. I managed to get 3 movie tickets from the WGAA. Like to watch it with me? Where's Jeffrey? He's away on a mission on the surface. But I'm not just asking you because he couldn't make it. You're not my backup plan or anything. Look, to prevent resale, tickets all have our names. Bridget, Roland, and... Trojan? Yes. Dr. Trojan has helped me a lot, so I wanted to invite her, but I'm a bit scared to ask her. Hey, what's there to be scared of? Come on, I'll go with you. I haven't seen Dr. Trojan since earlier. Uh-huh. He's hiding somewhere, but I know exactly where. Let's go. Leaving the noisy ceremony behind, Bridget guides Roland through shortcuts past the training grounds supply areas to the support force warehouse. I had no idea there was a shortcut. Yeah, I like to explore if there's downtime between my training sessions. So that's how I know. He lifts a curtain and sees Trojan standing inside with her arms crossed. Who's there? Trojan instinctively moves her hand down to her weapon. I knew you'd be here. A harsh light breaks into the room. Roland managed to get 3 movie tickets. Care to join us, Instructor Trojan? Not interested. Trojan casts a tired glance at Bridget and the timid Roland, feeling mentally drained. When will they leave? The Corona informant will be here any minute. These tickets are really hard to get. They're non-transferable, and Roland went through a lot to get them. I'm really not interested. This is true. She's never been interested in the Golden Age. Maybe only a little. The only thing she cares about is hoarding actual gold. These are just actors acting out the lives and desires of others. When a character in a movie finds treasure, it doesn't help you in any way in real life. They suffer. Isn't real-world suffering much worse than the state dramas in movies? Is that really what you think of movies as a form of entertainment? Is there an issue? Trojan ponders how to get the two of them to leave while she waits for Bridget to continue the argument. Okay. I mean, it's subjective. I may not understand it, but I respect your perspective. Let's go, Roland. When's our movie starting? It starts at 7:30 in the evening. Bridget quickly leaves with a tearful Roland, leaving Trojan momentarily lost. Still, I guess this is better. The Corona agent arrives exactly 5 minutes later using secret signals before entering this corner of the warehouse that has no surveillance. 7:30 tonight. New outdoor theater of the WGAA. Receive your next mission info there. Keyword is popcorn. Why are you holding out your hand? Ticket. I'm not going to pay money to get info for my new mission. I'm going to employ pay to work. I can't make that call. I suggest you inquire with logistics support, or file for reimbursement afterward. Better hope that works. I've got other stuff to do. See ya. The informant leaves in a rush for fear that Trojan might grab a chair and smash it over his head. He's scared of Babylonia to set up more encrypted channels, forcing these stupid rendezvous. I'm supposed to fucking pay for this myself? Shit. Damn it. I wanna bloody... It's already fucking 5:30. Where am I supposed to get the cursed movie ticket? Let's go, Roland. When's our movie starting? It starts at 7:30 in the... Trojan pauses for a moment before making a call. Bridget, is Roland still with you? Well, Night falls, and a few stars begin to glide across the simulated sky. WGAA spent a fortune restoring projection equipment from the Golden Age and built a new outdoor theater to regularly screen classic films shot on Earth during that era. The chairman of the WGAA claims that the films help those who've lived in Babylonia for too long to remember their homeland. A place so close, yet so far. This excuse is a bit far-fetched, but Babylonia approved it. At the modest outdoor venue, fighters and staff from Babylonia fill the seats in high spirits. Some have brought homemade snacks and various electrolyte drinks. Let's see. This is us. Oh, Trojan? You're so early. They're surprised to find the blue-haired construct already sitting there with her eyes closed. Several gold bottles lie by her feet. You're here. They did do her a favor, so Trojan forces a polite smile. I wasn't going to come because I don't really care for this kind of entertainment, as you know, but... Drinks I ordered just arrived, and they expire in 3 days. So I brought them here, where they would go to waste. Here, these are for you. She points at the neatly placed drinks. Hey, I thought constructs don't need to eat. No way! It's the limited edition beer-like alcohol-flavor electrolyte! The... what? Constructs don't need to eat, but we can drink electrolytes like these. This is amazing! Jeffrey and I have been dying to try this, but we can never get our hands on it. Wait, I thought alcohol-flavored electrolytes have a shelf life of 30 days. Bridget gently tugs at Roland's shirt. Anyway, thank you. Thank you so much. Don't worry about it. I'm glad you like it. She turns her gaze away uncomfortably. Not used to handling such direct displays of emotion. Is the movie about to start? Guide lights dim as a massive screen, raised by the WGAA staff, flickers with snow-like static. This one should be called Twilight Seeker. I heard it's a really old film. This is my first time watching a movie. Movie begins. On an endless wilderness, golden sands and gun smoke linger in the air. Sun is dipping low. Horses and convertibles race across the vast landscape. Cloaks billow wildly in the dusty wind as thundering hoofbeats rip through the air. The film rolls slowly, but Bridget and Roland are already lost in this symphony of light and shadow. Even Trojan finds herself drawn into this world on screen. Click. As the sound of mechanical gears breaks the silence, the massive screen suddenly goes dark. What? What's going on? I think there's something wrong with the projector. The projector has short-circuited. Screening will resume in approximately 3 minutes. Please remain in your seats. I repeat, the projector has short-circuited. Screening will resume in about 3 minutes. Please remain in your seats. Oh, thank goodness. It'll resume. I thought it was just going to stop right at the cliffhanger. Trojan? Where are you going? Movie will resume in 3 minutes. I'll go and get some popcorn. Trojan is walking in the darkness with a bucket of popcorn. Its ridiculous sweet aroma rises with irritating intensity, disrupts her rare moment. Hidden among the popcorn is a note, several timestamps written in a code. Constantine, support, eliminate. A surge of emotion wells up in her. Cannot tell whether it is satisfaction or sorrow. She crumbles the note in the darkness, returns to her seat. Popcorn. Constructs even eat that? It's fine. Eating occasionally can stabilize a construct's mind. Didn't you learn this in cultural training? Mind if I try some? Bridget giggles playfully as she shares the bucket of popcorn with Roland. Here, try some. She grabs a handful of popcorn and puts it in Trojan's palm. At the end of the movie, everyone meets their destiny. The villain who had all the cards falls victim to their own greed. The vengeful hero rides off into new life. I was so worried that the villain would get a happy end. If I were the protagonist, I wouldn't have gotten myself into that situation. Trojan, the movie's over. I spaced out. From that ending, right? It was amazing! Yeah, it was. Despicable and greedy will get what they deserve. This is how any story should end. Right? Wait, Trojan? You're going the wrong way. The dorm is this way. Constantine. Constantine Mine, one of the early mines that Norman Corp invested. Alright, let's review Support Force Mandate. Efficiently manage on-field demands. Ensure precise coordination, targeted support, and timely assistance. Hold on to every spark of hope, no matter how small. The exhausted Support Force members mechanically recite their mandate. Why are we getting another mission already? Death. I heard there's big trouble at the Constantine Mine. That's probably why they're sending so much of us. It's a mine, isn't it? Shouldn't the task force be handling this? It's no ordinary mine. It's a tantalum mine. Intel says there's been a sudden punishing virus outbreak. Several underground Norman Mining Corp tantalum labs have suffered heavy losses. Punishing virus has been around for so long. Reporting it now. Who knows what's really going on there? The job landed on us because this mission requires both rescue and scouting team. Most of the task force is still fighting their corrupted on the surface. See that newcomer there? The one with the brown hair? She shouldn't even be here. She literally just got out of training. Our captain would never have let her join if this wasn't an emergency. And if she didn't have a relative on the team for the Constantine mine collapse. Bridget looks around nervously in the crowd. Bridget! Over here! Roland! What are you doing here? Applied to transfer to the task force. The application will take one. Interdepartmental transfer with no special circumstances. I heard you applied for this ground mission. Might not be strong in combat as you are, but I'm familiar with the support force's other operations. It's like we'll get to fight side by side again. Yeah, and also with Instructor Trojan. Instructor Trojan? Is she part of this mission too? I saw her over there earlier. There! Blue-haired construct is fiddling with her assigned weapons. Instructor Trojan! These days I'll need to get rid of the flashy hair. They quickly pack up and load all of the supplies onto the transport aircraft. For this mission, Support Force will split into teams to enter different areas of the Constantine mine. No surprise that Trojan, Bridget, and Roland were assigned to the same team. So, mine never gave a reasonable explanation even after you went to Babylonia? Yeah. According to the rescue team's code of conduct, if anything happens to the rescue workers, the responsible party must issue an accident report. Even after I sent a formal inquiry as a support force construct from Babylonia, they still refuse to respond. It's clear they're hiding a bigger secret, feeling it would cause them more trouble than being investigated by a construct. Heartless bastards. I have a feeling that whatever caused this accident time also caused the previous collapse. The only difference is that this time they lost control of the situation. I will find the truth of what happened to my parents. I refuse to let them fade into the darkness without a trace. Yeah, you're Bridget. I know you can do it. Roland clenches her fists to show support, while Trojan's face remains hidden in the shadows. Constantine Mine was one of the early mines that Norman Mining Corp invested in. The advancement of construct tech helped them see its true value, and resulted in the construction of this massive underground tower. Even the most experienced Constantine miners wouldn't dare claim to know each of the vast underground tunnels. With all the residents evacuated from Constantine Town, the support force is left working in the dark, relying on the most basic methods for rescue and investigation. Nearly all power to the mine was lost in the accident, so the only lights are the dim glow of flashlights from the support force members. The team is linked together in a single file by safety ropes to prevent anyone from getting separated. Caves grow more expansive as they go deeper. They eliminate several corrupted and continue slowly, relying only on a map from the mine's administrators. Bridget? Yes? Roland? Here? Trojan? Trojan? Present. Trojan's signature lazy voice finally comes through after several calls. Underground communications are unstable. They rely on calling each other to ensure no one falls behind. Smell blood. Over here. Searchlight finds no survivors. The grotesque bloodstains that silently testify to the tragedy that had unfolded here. Well, I just burped. Earlier. These marks don't look like the work. Roland crouches down to examine the fresh bloodstain more closely. These are blood spatter from impact, gunshot wound. Here, crack marks. Someone moved the bodies. Knew something was off about the place. Can you tell which way they went? Fresh blood might mean there are survivors. That way. They all dash forward, following Roland's direction. Another 30 minutes pass. Squad leader slows down and starts another roll call. Trojan? Construct's voice rings through the deep, dark tunnel, trailing into an unsettling hum. Trojan, report in, or I'll have to cut your attendance points. Trojan! The Construct's voice module almost produces a shriek. There's no answer. Trojan is gone! What about the safety rope? Did she fall behind? Safety rope. Frantic rustling sounds fill the air as they fumble in the dark, reeling in the safety rope. Panic begins to spread. Safety rope. It's been cut. Turn on the searchlights. Searchlights that were dimmed to save energy suddenly flare to full power, bathing the ground in light. There are traces of vital fluid. Trojan... That's impossible. Everyone stay calm. Instructor Trojan is a seasoned fighter. No one could take her down without making any noise. Something's not right. I would like to request permission to head back to assist Trojan. Quest denied. It's too dangerous, and you're just a rookie. Split from the squad, and you'll be dead before you know it. I'll follow the fluorescent markers we left along the way and cross-check with the map. 20 minutes. Give me 20 minutes. If I can't find Trojan in 20 minutes, I'll regroup immediately. This is not a game. I'll go with Bridget. You? I may not be a good fighter, but I can track your trail and help Bridget catch back up with the squad. Don't make me regret this. 20 minutes. Only 20 minutes. If you can't find her, catch up with us immediately. Yes, sir! Meanwhile, Trojan is moving effortlessly through a dark, craggy tunnel, not even using the portable lamp issued by the support force. No matter how much she dreads working, duty calls. Hopes her getaway was smooth enough to avoid raising suspicion among the squad. As for her excuse for being in the lab, she could say she was kidnapped and fought her way out. They'd probably buy that, right? What if Bridget comes looking for her? Oh well, she won't be able to get past the authentication system into the lab anyway. You just had to blow up my shortcut. Trojan avoids this collapsed shaft and detour. He dusts off a control panel and activates the emergency power switch. Authentication successful. Well, at least these half-wits made a backup power system that actually works. The door hidden behind the rocks slowly opens, revealing a dimly lit corridor. Ugh. Don't say I don't care about my old colleagues. I mean, Hirono paid good money for this. With another sigh, steps over several lifeless bodies and presses onward. They already killed pretty much everyone here. What's the point of making me come back? Huh? Faint noises come from a laboratory ahead. No? Did I miss one? Wait! Damn it, it's me! Trojan clicks her tongue in irritation, keeps her gun trained on Hyde. Why are you still here? Those Corona bastards started spraying bullets the moment they got in. Luckily, I was quick enough to dodge back there. Vic, get me out of here. I have all the data on the copolymers with me. Come with me. I promise, whatever I get, you'll get your share. Hey! Smoke wisps from Trojan's gun barrel. Hyde clutches his bloody shoulder in shock. That's your best offer for your life? Besides, why should I trust you? Maybe this is an opportunity from God. I never thought I'd get this lucky when I took this mission. Trojan, you vile rat! If it weren't for me, you'd have fucking rotted in that pile of corpses! Perhaps. Though I may have preferred that. She loads another bullet and aims once more at Hyde's head. You can't kill me! Your frame! I modified your frame! I die, you won't get away with it either! How can you still be so clueless? Living or dead makes no difference to me. I live only to receive pointless missions like this. I have to rip apart, modify, or to have you rip apart, modify, and experiment on my frame. Maybe death is the sensible choice. So, die here with me. The corners of her mouth twitch into a chilling smile. No. Yeah. Trojan, what are you doing? Before the gunshot sounds, heavy footsteps echo from the hallway. Shit. Ignorant idiots. They blew a hole over there. Blinding lights flood in. This lab only had one entrance. There's only one way Bridget could have bypassed the authentication system. Corona's soldiers must have accidentally blasted open a new path. Lower your weapon! Trojan, who is this? Why are you pointing your gun at him? Face pisses me off. Are you sure you want to point your gun at me? I am your instructor. Trojan finds herself moving her gun away from Hyde, despite what she says. She can't let Babylonia know about her real identity just yet. Are you the rescue team from Babylonia? Thank goodness. I'm just a researcher from Norman, here to study Tantalamore. Hyde cries out as if he's found salvation. Shut up. Are you really just a researcher? The man sitting slumped on the ground darts his eyes back and forth. Guilt is written all over his face. Of course. These are my identification documents. Fumbles to fish out his access card and ID badge. You don't strike me as just a researcher. If you're just a researcher, how do you explain all the bodies outside? That's... The constructs did it! They went haywire from the punishing virus. I had nothing to do with it. Oh. Nothing to do with it? Then why were you acting so strange? Could it be mastermind behind all this? Wouldn't surprise me one bit. A malicious smile spreads across Trojan's face as she emphasizes the word mastermind. What are you saying? I understand why you might think I did it, but... These two seem to be putting on some kind of show. They've really just run into each other. Regardless of who this person is or what he did, Support Force does not have the authority to execute anyone. Dr. Trojan, you're violating Support Force protocols. Bridget carefully observes Trojan's reaction. She can't quite grasp what's going on, nor can she determine who's lying based on their brief exchange. The best solution is to bring them both back to Babylonia and let the experts find the truth. Instructor Trojan, hand over your weapon to Roland. Here. She carelessly tosses her sidearm to the ground. Things couldn't possibly get any worse than this. Mission failed, Hyde is still alive. Now Bridget has found them. There's one solution. She could set off the bombs beneath the lab and blow everyone to bits. That would tie up all loose ends. But... they've done nothing wrong. Regretting her infuriating indecision, Trojan steps back with a sigh. Scales of life. Never give up on any hope. There's someone over there. The bullet travels much faster than the sound of the shot and grazes Hyde even though Bridget rushes in to shield him. I would go louder, but my family is going to sleep, so I can't be too loud. Swift footsteps echo through the tunnel. Bridget gives chase, but the attacker is clearly more familiar with these dark passages, through them with ease. Bridget pushed you just in time. Just a scratch. Roland quickly treats Hyde's new wound. Brow furrows with concern. Hunting down a science researcher. What could they possibly want? Are you really just a Norman researcher? Where are all the attacks after you? What else is really down here in these mines? Are they really just tantalum research labs? Bridget grows suspicious of the frequent attacks, an increasingly baffling situation. Even starts to wonder, the attempts on this researcher's life have anything to do with her parents' death? You said you started researching the Constantine mines for Norman many years ago. Do you know anything about the last few mining tunnel collapses? Were they really just accidents? Trains her eyes on the weary man before her, searching for his expression. I don't know anything. I'm just a researcher. Pain from his wounds seems to be taking its toll. He's starting to look lightheaded. His eyes dart back and forth as he desperately tries to come up with an answer Bridget wants to hear. Lapses. Some of them were accidents, but others were... They were for... The man carefully casts a glance at Trojan, as if worried that Trojan might have said anything against him. Trojan is leaning on a wall with her arms crossed. Ignores Hyde and lets out a dismissive... To deal with... certain other things. Hyde stops stammering after he finally pieces together a coherent story for his lies. I don't know if certain other things constitutes a very coherent story. I mean, I guess it makes sense, but it's not very... descriptive. As you know, tantalum copolymer research eventually involves exposure to the punishing virus. Sometimes there are, unexpected byproducts of our research that can get infected with the virus. We have no choice but to dispose of them on site. They are all mechanoids and animals. We have never conducted illegal experiments. We're just researchers. We don't have that kind of authority. But nobody said anything about illegal experiments, Hyde. He forces a strained smile. I'm not too familiar with the other labs, but maybe some of the tunnels collapsed because they needed to dispose of their unexpected byproducts. What about the rescue team that came in? What happened to them? Bridget tries to stay calm as she scouts ahead, but her trembling voice betrays her worry for the rescuer's fate. Rescue team. Oh, yes, the rescue team. Some of them made it out safely, but others were mildly infected by the punishing virus during the rescue operation. He put them in the lower level labs for treatment. This is Norman Mining Corp's property, after all. We can't tarnish their reputation. We'll make sure they receive proper treatment before setting them back up. Know how things are. The infection and the pathetic shortage of serum out there. Sending them up now would be sending them to their deaths. Feeling that he's struck a nerve with Bridget, Hyde begins to ramble on. So, just need to get out of here first. Yes, we need to get out of quickly. Once we're out, I'll draw you a detailed map. The lab is very well hidden. I'll give you my access card so you can come back down to rescue those people. Spent so long in hell. Can't even lie like a human anymore. Trojan's muttering is barely a whisper, but Bridget's keen ear, every syllable. Think what you... For now, at least, I am not enemy. She does not intend to explain herself, but she holds no ill will toward Bridget. Sure hope so. Bridget's mind is in chaos due to the string of incidents. Now this strange lead about her parents' disappearance. She notices the gaps in Hyde's story, but her mind keeps trying to patch over these holes to have something to hold on to. What should she do? Hyde telling the truth? Should she trust Hyde or Trojan? As an instructor in the support force, Trojan may not have the best attendance, but outside of this incident, she seems to be a decent person. Why would a decent person point their gun at a researcher? That researcher, Hyde, seems normal enough. Something about the way he acts is settling. Is he really just an innocent researcher? Or is he being hunted because he knows something he shouldn't? Trojan said she isn't my enemy. Then, who's the real enemy? Watch out! A bullet whistles through the air. Another attempt on Hyde's life. This won't do. They're probably using secret paths not on our map. Won't be able to catch them like this. Quickly makes a decision. Roland, how far are we from the main support force squad? On the markers and traces I found, about 10 minutes away. There could be more obstacles, so I can only give you a rough estimate, but I know we're on the right track. What about climbing back up to the surface? And make it up there directly, we can get reinforcements. In the current tunnel conditions, take at least 10 minutes to get back up, but I can't better estimate. We should prioritize regrouping with our squad. All our members, we shouldn't have any problem protecting one researcher. Roland, take the lead and guide us. Trojan, stay right behind her. Intentionally places Hyde behind Trojan. He doesn't want to take any risks without knowing the true nature of their relationship. Construct can easily kill an ordinary researcher with bare hands. Not keep a clear head when it comes to parents. Even if she can't trust herself to make the right decision, she'll leave it to someone more capable. For now, responsibility is to ensure everyone's safety. First, by regrouping with the support force, then by escorting them back to Babylonia. Tell if you're being careful or careless. If you're not worried I might attack Roland. You won't. Bridget clears her head and her steps become lighter. If you actually tried to kill Hyde only because you couldn't stand him, you have no reason to do that to Roland. Oh? So? You're that certain? Won't hurt Roland. I'm sure of it. The blue-haired construct falls into silence. They march in silence as Roland diligently scouts ahead. The markers left by their teammates indicate there's a bridge here, but loose rocks tumble into a bottomless abyss. There's nothing but an void in front of them. No, connecting tunnel ahead is gone. Must be the assassins. Let me see the map. The map unfolds on the terminal, revealing a network of snaking mining tunnels. Any tunnel. This path should get us to this area over here. Let's go this way. Hurry up. They move as fast as they can, but the shadows lurking in the dark continue to have the upper hand. Following the map, they find a wobbly cable bridge. The aged structure looks like it hasn't been touched for years. I'll scout ahead. Once we cross this, we can rendezvous with the support force. She inches onto the bridge with careful steps. Thankfully, Norman Mining Corp was willing to spend its fortune on high-quality materials. Despite years of neglect, the bridge can still support at least 2 people. Trojan and Hyde step onto the bridge one after the other. When they reach the middle, disaster strikes. A bomb flies out of nowhere and strikes the middle of the bridge. Trojan! Help! Somebody please help! Please help me! A massive explosion rocks the ground. As the smoke clears, all that remains of the suspension bridge is a single cable, dangling from a protruding beam. Hyde clings desperately to one end of the cable, while Trojan hangs from the other. Roland! Roland! Save your breath. She's been knocked out. She was dumb enough to lunge to pull me away from the explosion and got hit by falling rocks. Waking up anytime soon. The cable sways, creaking under the strain. The explosion has clearly damaged the aging metal. Now this is fucking ironic. Like we're on the scales of justice. Right? Why am I always the one being weighed? I be the one holding the cards. Trojan, hold on! First, check the survivor's condition. Hyde, good. He can still shout. Should be fine for now. Trojan looks a bit down, but that's just Trojan. Checking Roland's vital signs. He's alive. Next, figure out how to get Trojan and Hyde down from this cable. Stop your wishful thinking, Bridget. You can only save one of us. Wretched thing's about to snap. I'm not your enemy. Leave Hyde, he's... Help me, please! Please save me! I know where the rescue workers are. I'm an expert on tantalum copolymers. I can be useful. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. My research isn't finished yet. I can't die here. Shut it. I never make that kind of choice, Trojan. What if he was the one who murdered your parents? I didn't. It wasn't me. If he is the real murderer, he'll get his judgment after we get out of here. Neither support force nor rescue workers have the right to execute criminals. Support force and rescue workers share one mission: to hold on to every spark of hope. She fixes her grappling hook firmly onto a rock and tugs on it twice before leaping with all her might onto the beam. Trojan lets out a sigh. Bridget is closing in, but at this point, Trojan cannot let Hyde get out of here alive for both personal and professional reasons. Sorry, Bridget. I really like you. If we'd met earlier, maybe we could have become good friends. What are you? Hyde, give me your hand! Trojan is a construct, so she should be able to still be able to move. Bridget plans to secure Hyde to a safety rope first, so she can use him as leverage to pull Trojan back to safety, using the momentum. A bullet whizzes past Bridget's ear and hits Hyde just as he reaches out with frantic joy. Bridget whips her head around to see that Trojan has let go of the cable to fire at Hyde. As Trojan falls, she waves goodbye to Bridget. No! Bridget cannot understand Trojan's actions, but she still wants to uphold the duty of a rescue worker and support force member. Never give up on any hope. With her leg thrusters at maximum power, Bridget grabs Trojan's clothes and hurls Trojan with all her might at the only stable-looking platform in this bottomless mine shaft. Well, we already know both Bridget and Trojan make it out of here because they're still around in the present-day storyline. I don't know about Hyde, he's probably gonna die. I don't know about Roland either. I feel like I've heard the name Roland in this story before, but I can't remember where. So I don't remember if she's... Like, did I hear her as a living... Did I hear that name belonging to a living person or someone who died? Right, I'm gonna have some of my drink. Okay. Coincidence. By the way, you have absolutely no memory of me? Oh, it's me. It is me. Been in more dangerous situations. Bridget's vivid recounts of how Trojan fell off the cliff and how she barely managed to hang on to the edge still make your heart race. Is that why you took on this mission to Constantine again? Yes, of course. Okay, so we're back in the present day. When I regained consciousness, I was already back with Support Force. Support Force was also ambushed by these unknown assailants. When the squad detected life signals and approached for rescue, the tunnel collapsed. Punishing concentration spiked, and a pack of corrupted appeared. Something's off. Yes, spiked. She enunciates each word with emphasis. The punishing virus suddenly appeared at the bottom of a shaft that had never seen an outbreak before. Now that I think about it, that mission was full of baffling information gaps. Why was Support Force suddenly deployed? Was it really just for rescue and scouting? Could there be something else? Something they were trying to cover up? What did the mission report say exactly? Mission report said, Tantalum Mining Laboratory contracted by Norman Mining Corp conducted illegal experiments using tantalum ore, leading to the infection of some constructs and staff and an explosion, causing the mine to collapse. And that's the conclusion? The young construct storms into the Support Force office, clutching a stack of reports in her hands. What really happened to Trojan? What does memory loss due to mind damage mean? And what about that researcher? Trojan... It's complicated. She's been transferred to another department. We no longer have the authority to inquire about her case. That researcher fell down the shaft. We don't have the resources for a rescue operation. From that height... They did a basic depth survey of the mining shaft. The conclusion that not even a construct could survive a fall like that. If Bridget hadn't thrown Trojan onto the safety platform at that moment, Trojan wouldn't have survived either. And what about Roland? Why was she transferred to the task force before I even got to see her? She actually requested the transfer herself. She wanted, you know? Been trying to join Jeffrey's team for a long time. Jeffrey, the commandant of Silkworm. I checked the rules. Don't try to fool me. To transfer from Support Force to a Task Force squad, you need at least three months of screening, or more, plus a joint investigation. I was the captain of Roland's squad during her training. If I wasn't, I sent any investigation reports on this. Hey, don't overthink it, Bridget. With a helpless sigh, Captain walks out from behind the desk and pats Bridget's shoulder. Not every story needs to end with the end. But this isn't some story! She watched helplessly as they plummeted into the bottomless mine shaft. Any case, don't bring this matter up again. Some things are beyond what we... That's all? That's all. Later, though Support Force's casualty rate is slightly lower than Task Force's, The numbers are still horrifyingly high. During a rescue mission, the captain never returned from the ruins after saving 2 children. Bridget gradually rose through the ranks with her outstanding performance, became the captain of the support force. After taking over the team, I tried to reopen the investigation into that incident. But most of the documents about the Constantine mine were confidential, and even the detailed mission records and investigation reports were lost in an accident. But I can... Yeah, it's just that convenient. And you probably know what happened after that. After Trojan's mind was damaged, he was in recovery for a long time before being reassigned to a new squad, only to vanish without a trace. Well then, you know her too. He follows Jeffrey's silhouette, vanishes into the dark expanse of the tide. Yeah, she's one of the people who died in the Red Tide. Maybe that was during Fake Ascension, when the Red Tide was kind of first getting going, and we watched some people get devoured by it. Maybe this is a kind of liberation for her. Everything just seems a little too convenient. Every support force member involved in the Constantine mine mission has either been reassigned or lost their lives in action. Everyone except me. There has to be more to this than what I know. Brown-haired construct gazes out the window, where brilliant sunlight paints a pristine, cloudless sky. I've always believed, as long as the truth is still out there, one day, darkness will be dispelled by the light. They all say I sound like a fool when I say this, but I know this is true. They will come, sure of it. Yeah, I knew this day would come eventually. Her terminal emits a short beep. Be the mission details. I also got mine. Perfect timing. Pretty much gotten used to this new frame. Bridget does a long, lazy stretch. This feels great. Power system's been enhanced. The overall controls are much better. Door creaks loudly as someone intentionally pushes it really hard instead of ringing the doorbell. Grey Raven Commandant? I was told to look for you here. The blue-haired construct appears before Bridget with an air of casual nonchalance after so many years. It seems so different now, yet still the same in many ways. Oh, and you must be... I'm not gonna say shit. For a specific reason, I don't know if she is faking memory loss or not. I want to see what happens. I want to interfere as little as possible. Because I know she's still... Trojan's still doing some shady shit. So that could have just been her cover story. I don't know. You're not going to introduce yourself? I really don't know you very well. Bridget, support force captain. And they made me say so. Hello, Bridget. I'm Trojan. Blue-haired construct puts on a practiced, fake smile that Bridget knows all too well. Hi. By the way, you have absolutely no memory of me. I know you. Trojan turns around and gives Bridget a rather impolite once-over. Don't believe I've ever met you. Blue-haired construct does a little shrug. Sorry, I had some issues with my mind and lost a lot of my memories. Anyway, since I'm representing Norman Mining Corp for this... whatever happened in the past, I am not your enemy. Bridget lets out a quiet sigh. Anyway, here to let you know it's time for assembly. Get going. Everyone's already standing by at the departure point. Apparently, we'll have another briefing. Ugh, why do we need so many meetings? Despite Trojan's reluctance, the pre-mission briefing must go ahead as planned. A 3D program of the mine shaft hovers in the middle of the conference room. It looks more like an inverted tower than a typical building. The operations participants gather around one side of the hologram. Celica briefs everyone on the move. During the brief window when the data wall was breached, Science Council managed to intercept a portion of the information. While most of the data is still being processed, this particular section specifically mentions tantalum copolymers. Basic concept involves using an alternative material chain as a medium for connection, with tantalum serving as the skeletal structure. Linking it to another branch to form a copolymer, they aim to expand the compatibility range of tantalum-193. The primary objective of this mission is to enter the Constantine mine and retrieve as much of the experimental data as possible. Why the Babylonia has dug out records of resource flow from that time. While there's no definitive evidence, we can reasonably deduce that a laboratory might have been conducting tantalum research in this area. And the most likely location is the Constantine mining site. Combined with the information voluntarily provided by Norman Mining Corp, we are now confident in our deduction. Oh. Is their technology mature enough? That's impossible to determine. Only a handful of achieved some experimental results, but none of them clearly specify the nature of the achievements. Or your other objective, to investigate and figure out any abnormalities at the mining site. Until the Science Council figures out how to conjure tantalum ore out of thin raw tantalum polymer. Raw tantalum? Babylonia's tantalum reserves are limited. No large deposits have been discovered in any of our current conservation areas. Instead of risking exploration elsewhere, we should focus on reclaiming the Constantine mining site. Norman Mining Corp will provide the structural data to the mining site, and will also send some of our researchers. What about the data from the underground laboratory? That data was lost during the transfer. Oh, really? I have no. Norman Mining also wishes to site. I will offer all the files, including investigation records of all the mine collapses, as well as Butler's Skysh? Ish? I don't know how to pronounce that. Sky? I'll just say Skysh. As well as Butler Skysh's final video, his final video death in the shaft. Butler? Norman Mining Corp. Draw their investment. Hadn't said. Given the gravity of my grandfather sent most trusted creation. Everything. Still, Sky sent an unexpected message claiming they achieved new research breakthrough, requesting additional funds. The corporation could dispatch a new investigation team to find collapse, which perished and left no remains behind. For the rest, your parents, Miss Bridget, However, our sights collect. Vast numbers have corrupted, and to properly assess the situation, I offer you apologies. Victoria steps out from behind her desk and bows deep to Bridget. This sudden, frank apology from Mining Corp's head, Bridget dumbfounded. Guys raised me loyal to in his death. Find James. Bring him back. Norman Mining Corp will offer a handsome reward for your work. That's should I have access regarding the constant decline at my current clearance level. Returning to the mine. Ooh, another hidden achievement. By the way, since the last chapter, Stars and Snare, was the first one that had, like, achievements, I did go back and get those achievements I missed. A lot of them are a few of them were ones that I couldn't have done on my first run through. Like, in the very first mission, there was a hidden achievement that I didn't get. And in order to actually do it, you have to start the mission again after you've cleared it once. And then there's, like, an option like skip tutorial, go through tutorial, and question mark. And the question mark one led to a more difficult boss battle against Alpha. So I did do that eventually. I did get all the achievements. I'm going to quickly put something on my lips because, again, it's cold, it's winter, and my lips are drying out. Gonna have a nice drink before I do. Once I've got all this stuff on my lips, I don't like to drink things because I feel like it just gets all over the bottle. Okay. I needed that. All right. One last time. Recite Support Force Mandate. Efficiently manage on-field demands, ensure precise coordination, targeted support, and timely assistance, and hold on to every spark of hope, no matter how small. Excellent. Now go. Victory will always be ours. Yeah! Squad members disperse in all directions, each heading to their assigned missions. Bridget! Hey, Luke Aurora, Lucia. Lee and Liv are not coming? Liv's frame is due for scheduled maintenance, and Lee is on another mission. You Grey Raven folks sure know how to keep yourselves busy. Don't mention it, I need a vacation so bad. By the way, this is our first official collaboration, right? Excluding all the times we helped each other out. Yes. Luke, Aurora, Lucia, here's to our first official mission together. Looking forward to working with you. I'm certain we'll work well together. This mission involves Norman Mining Corp. How are their preparations coming along? They're already here. Look, over there. Norman Mining Corp delivers the promised supplies right on schedule. A female staff with glasses gives orders as they sort and load the supplies onto the transport craft. As usual, Trojan stands by the transport aircraft with her arms crossed, lost in thought. The female staff turns and notices the group standing nearby. She fixes her glasses and walks over. Hello, I'm An Jie, the coordinator for this operation and head of the Norman Tantalum Research Division. That's Trojan, our security consultant responsible for the safety of Norman Mining Corp's researchers. Oh, hello, I'm... No need for that. I've heard all about you. Let's get to work. Turns around and checks her terminal. I need to go back to sorting resources. Please follow the agreed plan and meet us at the designated time. This is serious. Wow. It's rare to see someone from the support force being this serious. So, are your backup supplies ready? Commandant and my backup supplies are all set. It's almost time. Let's head out. Since Babylonia has pinpointed the location of Constantine Town, finding the still intact Constantine mine proved to be no challenge. Howling winds sweep through the abandoned town, now nothing but a hollow void. I used to make a living here driving public transport. Wonder if my old heavy-duty vehicle is still around. Whoa, boss, is this where you used to live? Yeah, I lived here before the punishing outbreak. But I was so small back then, so I can't remember much. At that time, Norman Mining Corp quickly built a central purification filter here to protect their tantalum mines. That's why the virus concentration in this area was always within safe levels. By the time I was old enough to remember things, my parents were already working as research rescue workers in surrounding areas. Your mom must be a real beauty! Shut it. So does this mean the central purification filter can be reactivated once it's been fixed? In theory, yes. That should make things much easier. Bridget continues her explanation as the small town gradually comes into view. Strange rocks dot the surrounding wasteland, while whirling sand and dust spiral in the air. The sturdy city gates stand guard as humble residents work tirelessly to rescue survivors from the surrounding disaster. The only regret is that there's hardly any food here, nowhere near enough to sustain us. Thankfully, I have my trusty heavy-duty vehicle. That one's a beast. I reinforced the front bumper so your average corrupted wouldn't stand a chance against it. We're almost there. An Jie, who's been quiet this whole time, suddenly speaks up. Crumbling buildings that are still standing gradually thin out. Further ahead, a cluster of single-story buildings comes into view. This is it. We're here. Constantine Mine? The main building of the mine is surprisingly modest in size, not nearly as towering as you've imagined. Most of the complicated structures are underground, but the original mine entrance has collapsed. It'd take stationed personnel at least 3 days to clear it out. According to the corporation's original, there should be another mine entrance over here that hasn't collapsed. Always good to have a backup plan. As Bridget sneers at the idea of having multiple entrances all over the place, An Jie cuts her off with a cold retort. This is efficient resource management. An Jie's authorization chip activates dirt-covered hidden control panel. Pale dust billows from the mine shaft, bringing with it the musty scent of the Okay. Support force will split into 2 teams. I'll lead one with Trojan, and we'll be entering this way, while Luke, Aurora, and Lucia will lead the other team and coordinate with Angia to investigate from the other way. Let's stay in touch so we can all ask for help immediately if anything comes up. And when we're done, we'll rendezvous here, in the main hall inside the mine. Understood. Alright, let's get the show on the road. Bridget takes one last focused look at the mine entrance. It's been years since she last set foot in this abyss.
The support force will take the lead. You and Norman's researchers. Take the routes we've confirmed to be safe.
Got it. Let's keep in touch.
Then let's go. The body of a researcher. How did it get here? No one was around when we entered the mine. These wounds don't make sense. The fatal one should be this blunt injury. But there's also a gunshot wound in the leg.
Multiple wounds in addition to the lethal one. This is not as simple as it seems.
Let's keep going. Maybe we can find something else.
Ladder. Oh, I didn't expect an actual animation for going down the ladder. Ah!
I'm alright. It's just a scratch. It's dangerous ahead. Be careful. Someone's getting past me. Guard this place. This is my final warning. I'm alright. It's just a scratch. It's dangerous ahead. Be careful.
Not totally sure what I'm looking for. Oh, their door.
An elevator. Not sure if it's working. I'm alright. It's just a scratch. Seems to be out of power. I just need to reconnect the circuit.
The correct circuit. I know which one's correct. Maybe it's the only one I can reach through the main. Yep. I can get. Oh, did I do it? Nice. Ah! I saw red. There's guys.
I'm alright. It's just a scratch. I'll guard this place. That all you guys.
I really like this song. Bodies.
These wounds are weird. They're knife wounds, gunshots, and irregular blunt injuries. They look similar to what we saw earlier, but are actually different. Many of them are obviously lethal, but the murderer continued to inflict wounds after the victims had already died.
According to what you said, it feels like the murderer already lost their mind and was purely venting their anger on them.
Judging from their postures, they seem to have been moved here after death as well.
Someone's specially piling them up near the passage. Are they trying to make these like kills by the corrupted?
That's possible. If the investigators aren't experienced enough, they might be misled into believing the corrupted did this. Let's move on. I think we're getting close to the truth.
I don't think this is where I came in. No, just downward. Oh, that's it. Luke Aurora, Lucia. Where they venture into the mine, weaker the signal becomes. Thick layers of Earth block most radio waves, and the terminal shortwave communication channel established in a hurry produces nothing but garbled, static-filled voices. Has there been any unusual activity? Yes. According to the mission, this mine was sealed off after the support force evacuated. The shaft has collapsed again due to a prolonged lack of maintenance. No one should have been able to get in here. Found bodies. Support force would never leave bodies behind like this. Even in emergencies where they couldn't transport all casualties, but at least attempt burial on site. Never let corpses pile up this way. No large bloodstains detected in the vicinity. After completing the inspection, Mia and you exchange knowing glances. The bodies appear to be those of researchers, but we don't know exactly who they are just yet. Removed death. Same here. There have been incidents in these mines. Please proceed with caution. I'll stick to the original rendezvous point. Over. Copy that. So yeah, let's keep... Commandant, something seems a little off with that researcher. Sia intentionally slows down and whispers into... Anjie? It's not just her. Deputy is suspicious too. Their faces show panic, but their posture remains... While people seem genuinely scared, their reactions, if anything, seemed feigned. It's as if they already knew what we'd find in the mine. Due to unknown risks, the planned separate reconnaissance missions are cut short. About 40 minutes later, both teams rendezvous in the hall. This junction connects multiple mining tunnels, with unexploited rock formations behind us, making this place highly defensible against attack, and, if need be, a great escape route. Whew. It's great to be talking face to face. There was a lot of work trying to talk over the static in the shortwave channel. The Constantine mine should have its own internal communication system. We'll be able to use the internal shortwave for communication if we can get the transmitter and receiver fixed. Cheryl, see if we can do that. Right, on it. Cheryl, a member of the support force, dashes out in a hurry. Are we really wasting our time and energy on that at a time like this? You think it's a waste of time? Well, why don't you tell me how we're supposed to get hold of one another in a mine this big if anything goes south? We need to stay in touch for the support force to efficiently manage on-field demands on Gia. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, yeah? With a gentle tug from Trojan, Angia drops her argument with Bridget. So, what's our plan? Store the supplies here for now. I'll send a squad to reinforce the mining tunnel to prevent any secondary collapses in our access routes. The rest of us will pick an area to investigate. If you come across anything about the laboratory or the corrupted, don't engage. Fall back immediately and report your findings. As Bridget assigns tasks and directs everyone to their positions, Lucia quietly slows down to match her pace to yours. Commandant? I'll let Bridget know to keep an eye on Lucia and her deputy. Keep an eye on the rest of them. Anyone else you find suspicious, Commandant? Quite simple, really. You make a gesture outlining Angia and her deputy. Those two can't possibly put up a fight against the court for. Pretty sure we're not out of the woods yet. I didn't get the achievement. Oh, I wonder what it is. Maybe I didn't find some. Tempted to try again. Yeah, maybe I'll try again and I'll just skip the cut.
The support force will take the lead.
Got it.
Then let's...
Maybe there's just something I missed.
The body of a researcher. These... Let's keep...
Open the gate. Down the ladder. Hi again.
Forward, I'm already. Just express.
You're corrupted. We keep meeting like this.
Be careful. Dangerous ahead. Be careful. That. All you die. I'm already. It's just a scratch.
Hey! Stop it!
No one's getting past me.
Ha!
It's dangerous ahead. Be careful. I'm already.
Ah.
It's just a scratch.
Okay. Let's be thorough and... I don't see... everything. Maybe it has to do with the maze puzzle?
An elevator. Not sure if it's working.
Maybe... if I opened the other one. Maybe I should open this instead.
Seems to be out of power. I just need to reconnect the circuit.
I can open both of them? That was easy. Here. Oh.
Shot in the head. And here. also shot in the heart. Can't believe these machines can still work after all these years.
Hey, get combusted!
Be careful! This is my final warning! I'll guard this place!
Every body seems to have multiple wounds all over, but only one of them is lethal. On top of that, all the bodies are concentrated right here. The space is empty just steps away, and there are no signs of a struggle or attempts to run away.
You mean they were moved here after death?
Yes, that would explain why the support force didn't run into anyone during the rescue mission before. Plus, someone seems to have deliberately sabotaged the elevator to cover something up. They even desecrated the dead like this for their shameless, ulterior motives. Those guys are psychopaths.
Let's keep going. We need more clues.
Ah, I got the achievement for doing that. Yay! I'll just finish the level now. That wasn't so hard. It's probably still there.
I'm already.
Ow.
Just a scratch.
No one's getting past me!
Ah!
I'll guard this place! That's all you got!
I'm already. Just a scratch.
No one's getting past me!
Wait, are there more enemies here than there were last time?
I'm already. It's just a scratch.
This is my final warning! Dangerous ahead! Be careful!
These wounds are weird. There are many of exactly. This is different from the clean, professional style we saw earlier.
Realized there were different lines. Oops.
Judging from their postures, they seem to have been moved here after death as well.
Someone's specially piling them up near the passage. Are they trying to make these like kills by the corrupted?
That's possible. If the investigators aren't experienced, let's move on.
Mission completed with achievement that time. Yay! Second collapse. Deep rumbling echoes from the path behind, spreading through every corner of the mine. Second incident strikes sooner than anyone has expected. Shortly after the rested scouts disperse, a violent tremor rocks through the mineshaft. Deep rumbling and the sound of falling rocks echo from the path behind, spreading through every corner of the mine. Upon returning to the hole with the rest of the group, Bridget immediately stands out in the center of a gathered crowd. Her face is grim as she grips on Jia. Face bears fresh scratches. What's going on? The mine collapsed. We lost some members from the tunnel reinforcement team. Our way back is completely blocked, and we've lost all communication from the outside. Anjia and her deputy would have met their doom if I hadn't acted fast enough. Bridget's news sends ripples of shock through the crowd, leading to hushed conversations and whispered exchanges. Quiet down, everyone. Stay calm. Let's hear what Bridget has to say first. Crowd's murmurs gradually fade. Bridget remains quiet. Her eyes remain locked onto Angia, her grip on Angia's hand still firm and unyielding. Bridget? It never even occurred to me that I should keep an eye on you. Aurora told me to. Bridget opens her mouth and pauses to collect thoughts. Angia, why did you and your deputy just stand there when the cave-in started? You clearly had enough time to make it back to us. Bridget. Lucia steps between them, pats Bridget's shoulder. Angia seizes the chance to break free from Bridget's grip. Lowers her head, hiding her face, while gently rubbing the spot where she was grabbed. Sorry. Everything happened so fast. Never dealt with anything like this before. Panicked and froze up. We're too scared to move. Know why you came down here to the mine, but that doesn't mean you need to be suspicious of everything. Bridget? I'm sorry. I lost my squad members who were trying to save these two. Bridget takes a deep breath and steps back. After a long moment, she finally regains her composure. Yes, there are things I want down here, and I have other motives besides the mission. But that will never cloud my judgment of what takes priority. If I've wronged you, rest assured that you'll get an apology. But Angia, you're hiding something. Fine. Just don't try anything sneaky again. I want you to understand. Uncovering the truth about the past, or even completing this mission from Babylonia, none of it matters more than getting everyone here back safely. After composing herself in those few sentences, Bridget signals for the rest of the group to escort Angia and her deputy away. After briefing everyone on a few matters, Bridget dismissed the crowd. Sorry you had to see that, Aurora. Good to show emotion, especially in the military, as long as it doesn't interfere with what's at hand. I know. It just never occurred to me that they'd be so drastic. Have we confirmed that the collapse was caused by humans? Don't have definitive proof. It's hard not to get suspicious when we've seen the corrupted we saw, and all the cave-ins we've experienced. We should plan for the worst-case scenario. The real problem is that we've completely lost contact with the outside. We need to be prepared to set up camp here, possibly for an extended period. Setting up camp isn't an issue. This should come as a no-brainer for the support force, since they operate in dangerous zones year-round. But normal research team? Probably not so much. I'll take care of that. Learning how to manage the mental state of rescue subjects is part of our basic training. There is some good news. Cheryl found the mine's internal communication system. Both the transmitter and receiver still work. Once we have secured stable communications in the lower mine, I plan to have our technical specialists work with Norman's research team to modify the communication equipment. We'll see if we can restore contact with Babylonia. That's good. Keeping them busy will stop them from overthinking. Yeah, please check on the condition of the other mine area. Might be a passage connecting to the outside that we haven't discovered yet. Copy that. After the muffled sound, Hammer leaves a dent in the conference room table. Elika flinches instinctively, unsure whether she's feeling more overwhelmed by the slam itself, or the compensation for it she'll have to fill out later. Stay composed in times of crisis, Aranina. To keep your cool. Keep my cool? We're already on our third research proposal, and you want me to keep my cool? When exactly is Babylonia planning to let the engineering force step in? Trust me, we won't do anything rash. The engineering force will advance carefully from the outside based on the mine's condition. Safety guaranteed. I trust you, but that's not the issue here. You're anxious. Just be patient. An hour will pass before you know it. It's been 5 hours since we last heard from Luke Aurora. Do we really have to wait the full 6 hours of radio silence before we're cleared to move? I understand how you feel, but applications take time. So do arrangements. Time is exactly what we don't have during times like this. Why do we... Can't confirm if this is just a communication issue or an actual incident. Mine itself is already a complicated environment, which is why it takes time. Rushing in might only complicate it further. Luke Aurora might have only moved out of the service area temporarily. Out of service area? Come on, Teddy, you've got to be kidding! Teddy ignores Karenina's irritation, her fingers dancing across her keyboard. After pressing the final key, she swivels her chair to face Celica. Engineering force needs prep time anyway. If it turns out to be a false alarm, we can either clock out early or get a day off in return. What do you think? Celica hesitates at the payment notification for her terminal. Amount shown could cover 20 desk replacements and then some. That's not the issue. This account isn't on the publicly disclosed list. Celica looks over at Wells. Sir? Removes his glasses and rubs the bridge of his nose, speaking with a resigned tone. Go ahead. Discreet. Did you hear that? Be discreet. I haven't gotten the official approval yet, but I've already had the spaceport start its preparations. Same old place. The inspection of the engineering force exclusive transport should be done soon. Make it quick, alright? I knew I could count on you, Teddy. The thud of Karenina's hammer hitting the ground drowns out the rest of her words. She dashes out of the door like a gust of wind, leaving behind 2 broken tiles and no trace of where she's gone. Looks like transferring those extra funds was pretty smart of me. So, I don't have to pay for the floor now, right? Wells waves Celica away as she tries to step forward. He usually bends down to pick up the hammer and floor fragments that Karenina dropped. I have a feeling you've seen far into the future. You knew the mine would collapse before it happened, didn't you? Think that's supposed to be mine? Hacker, not a politician. I don't deal with conspiracies. Teddy shrugs and closes her operating system, steals a glance at the familiar portrait in her contact list, just before the screen goes dark. I just figured that Norman's bound to go wrong somehow. Practically a given. While the others busy themselves with setting up camp, Bridget leads Trojan to a secluded corner. So, pulling me aside when something goes wrong. Am I on the suspect list now? Alcohol-flavored electrolytes. Tastes like beer. Trojan takes the bottle of electrolytes from Bridget. In her palm, examines the packaging before handing it back. Got it. Don't know how long we'll be stuck in this forsaken place. Better save supplies while we can. Bridget takes back the electrolytes with a conflicted expression. Seeing Trojan's completely normal demeanor, she, usually straightforward, finds herself at a loss for words. Huh. Used to drink this together before? Huh? How did you know? Trojan shrugs, casually sits down on a rock, and taps her head. You're easy to hide. Or rather, you weren't trying to hide it. Asked to meet me alone, not because I belong to Norman, but also because of the memories I've lost to the mind trauma, no? Yep. Upon hearing this, Bridget lets her guard down, takes a seat next to Trojan. We were here back then, too. Not in this tunnel, but in this same mine. Bridget's words sent Trojan into a momentary daze, causing their visual and audio systems to fall slightly out of sync. Bridget? Yes. Roland? Here. Trojan? 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 Present. Bridget has to call Trojan's name several times before Trojan, lost in thought, finally responds. It's gotten into you. We're totally out of it just... No, I'm just a little exhausted. Face to face with those worried eyes. Help them. Even though their words carry hidden intentions, for her still radiates warmth and friendliness. Knowing herself, can't seem to remember why she decided to take this job in the first place. YOLO is the new black, and she's been living by it. It's been a while since I've heard the term YOLO. It's too bright, but I'll get uncomfortable. What did you say? Well, considering you gave me that drink earlier, I'll be honest with you. Trojan suddenly stands up, dusts herself off, and steps away from Bridget. Norman did assign me to assist on Gia, and report back with intel when possible. It wasn't mandatory. Only brought it up as a formality. They explicitly told me I could take it or leave it. So... there's no so. One drink's worth exactly this much info. I've told you all I'm willing to share. Want to know more? You've got to sit down for a talk with Angia yourself. If I were on her side, I can tell you now, wouldn't be able to bring Angia back. That is, if she wanted to run. Without looking back, Trojan walks toward the crowd as she does a half-hearted wave in the air. I'm off, sunshine. Make sure you assign someone to keep an eye on little She's definitely up to shady stuff, but I do kind of like Trojan. I like the sarcastic vibes. Kind of done with everything. Sometimes characters like that are just fun for me. Underground tower. Stale mysteries and decaying dust assault her senses. Three days have passed since they lost contact with the outside world. They've gone from feeling tense to anxious, and they're just feeling exhausted. Even Angia, who was initially under suspicion, seems affected. She's been remarkably well behaved for the last 3 days. Until... Holy, we've got trouble. What's wrong? Angia's gone. We don't see her anywhere. And Scylla, too. She was guarding Angia, but we don't see her anywhere now either. Where's Trojan? I'm right here. Just to be clear, I haven't received any orders from the organization in terms of helping Angia escape or anything like that. This was entirely her personal decision. I had nothing to do with it. Trojan raises both hands in mock surrender. There are traces of vital fluid. The trail leads that way. Scattered traces of vital fluid trail off into the pitch-black mineshaft. Angia and her deputy couldn't have slipped away so quietly on their own. Someone must have helped them. Cheryl, stay here with your team to guard the supplies. Set up patrol shifts and start repairing the transmitter and receiver. Contact us immediately once communications are restored. Understood. Luke, Aurora, Lucia, I need you both with me to track down Angia. There is crossfire. I want them subdued immediately. And that includes you, Trojan. Bridget's eyes fix on Trojan as she tries to slip away, her brow slightly furrowing. As she enters the mines, stale mysteries and decaying dust assault her senses. The mounting questions leave her no time to dwell on her complicated history with her former instructor. What exactly is Trojan trying to do down here? Not your enemy. I've told you many times before. But I can't take that risk. Angia belongs to Norman Mining Corp, and so do you. I can't risk leaving you at the camp. It's not easy being the good guy, is it? Let's move out. We need to find them quickly. Judging by these vital fluid traces, I'm worried Scylla won't last much longer. That was almost too easy. Hey, you over there. Researcher. What do you think you're doing? Assistant is injured. To medical attention. Don't waste your time. That construct got him good. He won't last long anyway. You don't seriously expect to find a fully equipped medical bay in a place like this, do you? As if proud of their cruel joke, two Corona soldiers guffaw in unison. This wasn't part of our agreement. I made it clear that my assistant and I needed to remain unharmed before I would help cycling. Say, do you even know what's up? Corona soldier stops in his tracks, sizing up Angia with a glint of malice in his eyes. He finally managed to escape from Utopia in that madman's suit, thinking we could enjoy some damn peace and quiet. If it weren't for the mess you people caused, we wouldn't be stuck in this godforsaken place. I never forced you into anything. You volunteered. Who the fuck said we volunteered? He spits on the ground with contempt. Your professor proposed the data retrieval mission, and you negotiated the terms. Let me make one thing clear. The person you made that deal with isn't here anymore. Let's just stop there. The Corona soldier makes a show of cleaning his weapon menacingly, before falling silent, continuing to escort Angia forward. Forced to stumble forward while carrying her gravely wounded deputy on her back, Angia's mind begins to drift into a haze. She should be a rising star in Norman Mining Corp's research division, heading the Norman Tantalum branch laboratory, calculating data, and exploring material properties. How did she end up in this situation? Professor, the data you gave me is all verified now. How did you obtain these parameters? It's my little secret, and I'm not going to give it away. This from an experiment conducted long ago? Without experimental foundations, it should be nearly impossible to obtain these parameters. Since you're so eager to know, here, take a look at these research. These notes contain years of dedication and effort. Truth be told, this is probably my proudest research achievement yet. The research notes are filled with meticulous data entry, ranging from studies on tantalum's properties to hypotheses about the material enhancement, and finally to various reactions these materials trigger in test subjects. Angia immerses herself in this paradise, treasuring every moment as if she's discovered an invaluable treasure. However, only half of the research notes are present. Crucial test subject reactions and subsequent research directions come to an abrupt end at the notebook's conclusion. After starting a new project based on the notes, Angia rushes to find her professor, barely containing her excitement. Professor, I've conducted multiple experiments based on the notes, but I can't replicate any of the values. Why is that? Well, that's because we're using different test subjects, of course. Different test subjects? Copolymer is meant to be used on humans at the end of the day, not lab rats. How could she possibly get the correct parameters by only experimenting on rats? Angia can't be sure if that really makes sense to her, as she stares at her professor and before her suddenly seems like a stranger. Tell me, Angia, you truly want to continue walking down this path of research with me? Her professor, usually genial, now takes on an uncharacteristically serious tone. Yes, of course I do. What researcher wouldn't want to achieve something in their scientific career and dreams of becoming the next Asimov? Our research on copolymers succeeds. She envisions herself on the highest podium, her name etched at the pinnacle of history. A cryptic smile plays across the professor's lips. As my most brilliant student, you will certainly have access to the finest resources at my disposal. He introduces Angia to Corona Corporation. Before Angia can even process the fact that the head of the Norman Mining Corp's research lab has connections to Corona, she finds herself captivated by Corona's tantalizing promises. Generous compensation, expanded laboratory privileges, and they offer to provide materials and test subjects free of charge for Angia's research, with one condition. All research findings must be shared with Corona. As a senior researcher, Angia stands at a clearance level that's more than sufficient for her to carry out this undertaking. The good times prove short-lived. After Babylonia passes a proposal to shut down illegal laboratories and research projects, Corona's operations become more discreet, cutting off Angia's access to additional resources. Soon, a new opportunity presents itself. Babylonia decided to develop the Constantine Mine in collaboration with Norman Mining Corp. The Constantine Mine? That heavily invested tantalum mine? Indeed. You wanted the other half of the research data. When the accident struck the Constantine Mine, I barely managed to escape with just this research notebook. Everything else remained stored in the laboratory deep within the mine. Already requested assistance from Corona. Norman Mining Corp will dispatch several researchers to help them reopen the mine, and I've submitted your name as one of the candidates. But, Professor, I'm just a researcher. The mine itself, it's been infected by the Punishing, no? Mine is well known to every tantalum research laboratory. It was once the Norman Mining Corp's crowning achievement, a pinnacle that every tantalum research facility aspired to reach. But it's long been occupied by the corrupted, no? Kurono will dispatch armed combat units to assist you. Isn't there anyone else who could do that? I mean, I don't consider myself knowledgeable about the mine. I'll transfer clearance for the mine to you. My laboratory is down there, and my access level surpasses what you'd get as a normal Norman researcher. Seeing Anjie's hesitation, the professor shakes his head, his voice taking on a hint of pity. I'm not asking, and you don't have the right to refuse, Anji. Knowing exactly what her professor is saying, Anjie now seems somewhat disturbed. Noticing this, the professor softens, changes the subject. Need to understand what we're talking about here, Anjie. What we're talking about is extremely valuable data about tantalum copolymers, about humanity's future. Once we obtain this data, it will be our pride and Kurono's newest bargaining chip. With this new copolymer research, I wouldn't be stuck in a backwater place like Norman Mining Corp. Professor, are you feeling okay? I'm getting old. He composes himself and sinks back into a chair. Therefore, Anjie, all our hopes now rest with you. Bring back the other half of my life's work. Bring back what we seek. It will take us to new heights. Of course, but I have a few conditions I'd like Kurono to meet. Go ahead. As long as your requests are reasonable, we'll do our best to accommodate them within our means. Add my assistant's name to the list. He has helped me with numerous experiments, and I need his help to organize the data. Also, as evening approaches, the artificial sky dome dims to a dusky hue. Stop dawdling and get moving. Lab the geezer mentioned should be right up ahead. The crude voice snaps Anjie back to reality. Clouds of dust fill her lungs and send her into a coughing fit. Hey, are you seriously still dragging that corpse around? The soldier's harsh words jolt Anjie to a horrifying realization. Is her grievously wounded assistant she had been carrying all this time has long since drawn his last breath. Taking a deep breath, Anjie gently lowers her assistant's body onto the ground beside the mining tunnel. Sorry. Could you help me bury him? He was an excellent researcher. Cut the chatter. Look, it's not that we don't want to help, but the ground here is a solid rock. Can't even do damage with bullets. Leave him there. Got it. The Kurono soldier tosses her assistant's body into the abyss below the mining tunnel, unceremoniously. Anjie opens her mouth to speak, but the words never come out. Man, what dicks. The professor has drawn Anjie a detailed map of the laboratory that specifically marks the secret passages that they had reinforced. Following the map, they quickly locate the laboratory entrance, but the dust-covered control panel remains lifeless, as if the secret laboratory never existed at all. Where's your researcher's access card? I've reactivated the card with my palm, and I'm the only one able to make them work. What are you waiting for then? As they near the laboratory, Kurono's soldier grows increasingly brazen. He openly prods Anjie with his weapon, demanding she hurry up and unlock the control panel. My professor said that all laboratories here are encrypted. Only humans with active vital signs can open them. As she swiftly passes her hand over the control panel, it becomes aglow. The same panel that had remained stubbornly unresponsive to all the Chrono soldiers' attempts. What a pain in the butt. If you ask me, not a single one of these researchers is worth a damn. The Chrono soldier spits venomously on the ground, shoves Angia aside, storms into the laboratory first. The vital fluid trail hasn't stopped so far. There's fresh blood here. Someone's been injured. She crouches down to examine the bloodstains on the ground more carefully. Still fresh. There's even a lingering trace of gunpowder in the air. The conflict must have happened very recently. These drag marks in the blood. They're trying to move this human somewhere. Really going to press forward? Think, Bridget? Yes, we're pressing forward. Whatever else Angia was, she came into the mines as a Norman Mining Corp employee. The Port Force will have a hard time justifying ourselves to Norman Mining Corp in Babylonia if we don't keep looking for her. But this is way out of my jurisdiction. Wait, I'm hearing something. Coming from over there. Lucia furrows her brow, her gaze fixed on a mine tunnel in the distance. So am I. It's faint, like metal scraping against metal. There are many metal doors throughout the mine tunnel. Must be the sound of one of them opening. A laboratory in the mines. Everyone turns toward the source of the sound in unison. That position is closer to the top of the inverted tower. Ooh, this one's got 2 achievements. Fusion. Worry and doubt consume her as those nightmares, which until now she's been suppressing, resurface. While Constantine Mining Facility might seem mundane enough on the ground, its underground structures resemble those of a magnificent inverted tower when viewed in isolation. Mining tunnels sprawl in all directions, nearly hollowing out the entire foundation beneath the wilderness, with all the small labs dotting the branches of these tunnels. With easy access to raw materials, these researchers hardly ever leave their places, absorbed in their work. Everyone understands that the deeper a laboratory is located, the more advanced and cutting-edge its research becomes, a fact never explicitly stipulated to them. As they negotiate the winding path, the intermingled trails of vital fluid and blood grow more frequent. Zilla was still chasing after them. Should have gone back for reinforcements. Won't last long. Not when he's lost such a big amount of vital fluid. On the ground, the trail of vital fluid abruptly ends. Blood continues to streak forward. Clear drag marks extend toward a side tunnel, where a shadowy figure lies motionless on the ground. Scylla! Wait, it could be a trap. You gesture toward Lucia. Having acknowledged your gesture with a nod, produces a flare and tosses it out ever so carefully. The cold light reveals the construct's body, now completely devoid of vital signs. Pain pierces through her mind. Bridget fights to stay calm, clenching her fists as she steps forward to examine Scylla's body. It's a gunshot wound near the core. That's what caused his vital fluid to leak out. Those people hiding in the mines. They've got to be the ones behind this. There might be more than one group involved. With its surface dusted, the rock now reveals deeply embedded footprints. Far too deep to have been left by any normal human. I'm sure you put up a good fight, Scylla. Bridget gently closes Scylla's open eyes. I'll take it from here for you. Bridget marks Scylla's location in the mine tunnel, her eyes now dark with resolve. Let's keep moving. There's still blood on the ground. Might catch up to them before they can do anything else. Is it possible that this teammate of yours, well, maybe he accepted something from Angia and her people? Then things went south during negotiations and they ended up in a fight? Impossible. What makes you say so, though? Bridget shoots Trojan a quick glance. There was this incident that I've experienced, and I don't know if I'd call it betrayal. After my promotion to my current position as support force captain, I conducted thorough background checks on all squad members. I've also carefully scrutinized the records of every new recruit joining our ranks. Feeling called out, Trojan rubs her nose awkwardly. Besides, without third-party assistance, it would have been impossible for Angia and her deputy to hurt Scylla. I want to believe that Angia, too, was likely coerced into leaving by a third party. Trail leads to here. It appears to be the drainage system of the mine, wet and muddy from constant. They've really built their laboratory in a place like this? You never know what they're capable of. This place, it's nothing. They'd burrow into the bedrock if they could. Some things are meant to stay in the dark, after all. Why are you so familiar with this place? Am I? I wouldn't know. Perhaps it's because we're both inferior beings. That's why we think alike. Does Trojan really have no recollection whatsoever? Bridget watches cautiously as Trojan walks ahead. Why does she seem so familiar with this place? What exactly is she trying to do here? Don't worry. Lucia and I will help. Ever since entering the mine, Bridget has been on edge, meticulously planning every move. Yet despite such careful precautions, been losing one comrade after another all the same. Bridget's self-reproach threatens to overflow the dilapidated sewers. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just thinking about what we should do next. Cheryl should have the transceiver fixed soon. At least she'll be able to maintain communications among ourselves, and then... easy. Bridget lets out a long sigh, well aware of how unusual she herself has been acting lately. Worry and doubt consume her as those nightmares, which until now she's been suppressing, resurface. All these negative emotions came bursting out at the sight of Scylla's corpse. A dark volcano broken loose within her mind. Don't worry. I'm sure I'll get a grip on myself soon enough. Let's keep moving.
I didn't expect the sewer would lead us to a place like this.
Open the door! Huh? Cameras. I don't have an ID card. Maybe I can find one though. Can I open this back?
The security system is locked. Did the order come from a higher authority? That's weird. Who is it?
Maybe there was one in the room before, but I missed it. Anyway, Not good that the door is locked behind us. Not good at all. Oh.
These footprints are fresh. Anja probably came through here.
I warned her it was dangerous outside. Why did she come here?
I guess the mine was permanently sealed to prevent the punishing virus from getting out. But we haven't seen any evidence of damage caused by the corrupted.
Right. On the contrary, all we've seen so far are man-made blockages. What they told the public was basically a lie.
Found what may be a hidden door?
It's locked. It requires authorization to unlock it. We have to get it open. Wait, does this mean that Anji didn't go this way? Otherwise, she would have opened it with her authorization.
About this door? Uninteractable. There we go.
So many corrupted here. Someone must have passed by recently.
No one's getting past me! I'm alright. It's just a scratch. Guard this place! Guard this place!
I don't know if I mentioned this before, but I really like the music in this
The
update.
corrupted are all eliminated. Let's check out the area where they were gathering.
Terrific. Is this a different door? The one I came. I think this is the one I came. So then. There's. Can I force it open? Did I find a secret?
The footprints are headed this way. I see. Is this place a control room? Thankfully, the system is not locked. The access control's been lifted. Huh?
What happened? What'd she say, huh?
Thankfully, the system is not locked.
Oh,
The access
insufficient
control's been
power.
lifted. Huh?
I didn't see the red text up there. How about now?
The system still works. These files.
I can open a door from here.
All right, the power's back. Let's keep going.
Wait, can I?
The system still works.
Yeah, I can still view the lock.
Files.
Normal text 1. Page torn off from some diary. My friend at the mine went missing. They all said he must have died in the collapse accident. I don't believe it. I want to go find him. Material usage records. I heard it's hard to get materials out there. Now we are running out of them. So they started to catch miners who found it down there, make it up. But hey, who cares about them? Are they talking about research materials? As in, they've been using the miners as test subjects, maybe? I found a secret. And I opened door B2. Is that the one from back here, maybe? I'm just gonna check. If it's not open, then it's not open. Fine. Oh, I still can't interact with it. Okay, whatever. Oh, is it this? Well, going. She'll be. Now we're in B1.
I'm in the secret passage. Deep down the mine. Help me shut down the security system. Ah! The corrupted are coming out from there.
We're here to help.
Hold off the corrupted from down there. Lucia, head for the switch. I'm all right. It's just a scratch.
Watch out! These bees keep coming out of the beehive. We have to break it first.
Ah! She meant literal bees!
I'm all right. It's just a scratch. I'll start this place. That. On your side! I'm all right. It's just a scratch.
Ah! Bees!
Dangerous ahead. Be careful.
Ooh, lasers.
Are you done with the control panel over there? Copy. Almost done here.
Okay. Maze. Oh. Easy.
The hat! They're breaking in!
Last one. You have to work on both ports simultaneously. I'll leave it to you, Captain Bridget.
Back to the temporary camp, Anjie maintains her silence. Only when passing the cliff marked with broken trails of blood does she come to a halt. Threw my deputy off this cliff here. If you find his body while clearing the mine tunnel, please give him a proper burial for me. She holds no particular attachment to her deputy. Like all her previous deputies, one was merely a more efficient human tool to her. They didn't deserve to die like this. We will give proper burial to every body we find in the mine tunnel. Despite her cold gaze and clear distaste for the woman, Bridget doesn't refuse. Ooh. Bridget doesn't refuse Anjie's request. Thank you. I know you're all good people. Playing the saint now, are we? Really don't mind if you just tell us what you know. Anjie falls silent. After entering the corridor lined with laboratories, she finds herself unable to identify which one belonged to the professor. With the Corona soldier's hostility growing more palpable behind her, Anjie carefully tests each door ahead. 1, 2. Knowing she has no chance of outpacing the Corona soldier's weapons, she's too scared to make any sudden moves. None of these. The access card isn't working. Her face remains expressionless as she informs the Corona soldiers of the bad news, her fingers tightening around the access card in her hand. While researchers from Norman Mining Corp are able to access a few public laboratories with the access cards they have, Anjie has this other access card that she got from her professor. Through subtle probing along the way, Anjie is now sure that these two Corona soldiers are unaware of that particular card. Darn it. Guess we have to keep moving. Damp environment poses a threat to the incomplete machines built solely for combat. How did we end up getting stuck with this damn mission? Now, don't try anything funny. He prods Anjie with his weapon. I'm sure you know that researchers from Norman Mining Corp don't have enough clearance to access everywhere. I might be the person in charge, but this is the only access card I've been given. Just a little further. A little more. We can only access the public labs and will use them to hack into the private labs terminal. I'll get what I need. We'll be able to go home. Here. Not yet. Go a little further. The soldiers accept her explanation quietly, slowing their pace and letting her work alone at the front, the access card to open the stiffness in their joints is real. Without waterproof equipment, both construct soldiers are having a rough time. Who the fuck would know to bring waterproof gear? How the fuck are we supposed to know the mine would be this damn humid? Bingo. Anjie stands perfectly still, maintaining her pose as if merely testing the access card. Presses it against the wall. The moment she presses it, alarms blare through the area. Infrared targeting dots appear on the two Corona constructs standing in the corridor. Shit! Ignoring their stiff joints, the Corona soldiers instantly raise their weapons at Anjie. But it's too late. The cold, bulletproof metal slams shut before them with a heavy thud. Farewell. She listens coldly to the sharp clangs of thermal weapons striking against metal behind the door, until she hears two dull thuds that signal bodies hitting the ground in quick succession. She doesn't look back. For the rest of the journey, only heavy footsteps echo through the mining tunnel. Corona soldiers, secret laboratory, The mining tunnel they just passed? Bridget isn't the only one who's unsettled. Since entering the Constantine mine, Trojan has grown distant and distracted as well. For reasons unknown, everything here feels strangely familiar to her. This isn't mere deja vu. She's certain that she's experienced all of these before. Sure, we picked you up from the Constantine mine, but I couldn't find any records of your background before that. I couldn't find any detailed reason why Norman Mining Corp recruited you in the first place. One report mentioning you used to work at Norman Mining Corp's Constantine mine. What's more, Leonardo puts away the old paper report, now wearing his usual image grin. I think you're just fine the way you are now, Auntie. Hey now. So, you really have to get involved with the new mission to excavate the Constantine mine? Yeah. Gazing out the window, Trojan falls into an unusual daze. I can't shake this feeling that I've got to go to that place. Someone has to go anyway, so it might as well be me. Hey, boss, shouldn't you be happy when an employee volunteers for work? Happy about what? Having to pay you an extra field work allowance? Send the mission details to me. I'll handle everything else myself. Bye. While she might not be a time traveler, her remarkably simple background points to only one thing. She does have a history with the Constantine mine. I didn't get the other achievement. I missed something. I'll quickly try and do it again. But if I can't do anything. Also, that answers my question about Trojan. She really did lose her memory. Oh, yeah.
I didn't expect the sewer would lead us to a place like this.
There's something here I didn't see before.
These are abandoned constructs. There's so many of them. Were they all victims of failed experiments?
These bodies seem to have been here for a long time, with vital fluid drained out and full of dust. Most of them don't have any signs of punishing virus infection. No obvious marks of identity, no scratches, no big wound. There's blood and vital fluid on the ground at the same time. What happened here? Ooh, a map! Wait, is this written by a kid? Many white clothes adults. Adults don't sleep, always guarded. Don't guard outside? Pretend to... Dead? Hard to open door on Lab F. Sewer is circled. Many guards, someone told them.
Is this a child's drawing? Wait, this map seems to match it. But why? Why is it here?
Oh, that's definitely significant. That looks shiny, but it might just be... Yeah, I think it's just part of the environment. There's not something else I don't... Can't go back that way. Oh, there was another door, too.
This seems to be the gate to the surgical lab. Should we go in?
This is... Trying to solve the maze, and I think I did. Yeah, I didn't see this before. An unpleasant smell of dust, blood, and vital fluid out. Why did they clean this place up if the researchers were escaping from a mine disaster like the report said? What were they trying to cover up?
This operating table is too clean compared to the environment. There's no reason to clean it up if you're trying to escape.
An access card hidden in the corner. No one knows why it's there. Someone hide it here? Hey, I did find an ID card! Haha! I knew I could. This one doesn't seem to be a complete. Modification is likely to have been interrupted for some reason.
More bodies. What happened here?
Not sure, but it's definitely something dark and dirty. Time's running out. Let's hurry up and find Anju.
Good thing I've got an ID card now.
These footprints are fresh. Anja probably came through here.
I warned her it was dangerous outside. Why did she come here?
I guess the mine was permanently sealed to prevent the punishing virus from getting out. But we haven't seen any evidence of damage caused by the corrupted.
Right. On the contrary, all we've seen so far are man-made blockages. It's locked. It requires authorization to unlock it. We have to get it open. Wait, does this mean that Anji didn't go this way? Otherwise, she would have opened it with her authorization.
I didn't see an achievement go off yet. Maybe there's still something else I have to do. Hard?
So many corrupted here. Someone must have passed by recently.
Dangerous ahead! Be careful! It's dangerous ahead! Be careful! Guard this place! This is my final warning! The corrupted are all eliminated. Let's check out the area where they were gathering.
Maybe this was the door I opened the thingy? There's no ID card option, so I don't think the ID card would work. The other time it said there was an option there.
The footprints are headed this way. I see.
So the whole time I was
Is
thinking this
place
was
a
a
control room?
I was thinking this hidden thing, a hidden place, and it's not. It's a place I would have had to go anyway. Well, but maybe with the ID card, I can access all of the logs.
The system still works. These files. All right, the power's back. Let's keep going. The system still works. These files.
Yeah! Okay. Normal 1, normal 2. Hidden text 1. Research record A000000. Due to the NDA, we are not allowed to note down the detailed lab progress of the tantalum copolymer, but we will explain our great experiment in chronological order. Research record A010121. We've gotten the preliminary form of tantalum copolymer, started to carry out experiments on materials. Unfortunately, some of them failed to adjust to the copolymer. Our researchers decided to start tests to find out the best copolymer proportion.
This is not a mine. This is a construct modification center. Everything else was put in place to cover it up.
There we go. I did the thing. Now I'll just get to the end. Which isn't even that far.
I'm in the secret passage, deep down the mine. Help me shut down the security system.
You got it.
Ah! Corrupted! The corrupted are coming out from there!
I'll hold off the corrupted from down there. Lucia, head for the switch. I'm alright. It's just a scratch.
Watch out! These keep coming out of the beehive. You have to break it first. No one can catch me!
That. On your side!
There. Now those are gonna burn.
I'll guard this place. No one's getting past me.
Easy. Easier the second time.
Are you done with the control panel over there? Copy. Almost done here.
The hatch! They're breaking in!
Last one. You have to work on both ports simultaneously. I'll leave it to you, Captain Bridget.
There we go. I did it. Okay. Double mystery. The deeper they bury it, the more I'm convinced they are hiding something unscrupulous. A poignant air now pervades the temporary camp. Scylla's remains have been retrieved and properly laid to rest, but the knowledge of lurking enemies keeps everyone on edge. Anja, are you just going to stay quiet? The bespectacled researcher maintained silence. For the mission, as a precaution, I've reviewed your background record. Born right before Babylonia's ascension. Outstanding academic performance in Babylonia. Joined Norman Mining Corp's Advanced Tantalum Research Lab after graduation. Quickly promoted to head researcher. You have no reason to conspire with forces outside of Babylonia, unless Norman Mining Corp ordered you to do so. And trust us. Researchers from Norman Mining Corp have been isolated on the other side, and everyone present is from Babylonia. We mean you no harm. Anja's gaze softens a bit. Still shows no intent. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this. With an emotionless sigh, Bridget rises to her feet. Trojan, it's all up to you now. I told you before, in dealing with rats, gotta think like one. Your rehabilitation approach won't cut it. Trojan lifts the curtain and saunters in with a lazy stride. Alright, leave the rest to me. Here's your last chance. You see, I'm not exactly known for playing nice. Seeing Anja's persistent refusal to speak, Bridget shakes her head and exits the makeshift tent. Any progress? Still refusing to talk. Interrogation isn't part of the support force's training. I've talked myself hoarse, but she won't say a word. I could really use a beer-flavored electrolyte drink right about now. Bridget casually settles on a nearby rock and takes a long, leisurely stretch. Trojan. I asked for her assistance since they're both from Norman Mining. It seemed reasonable to have her conduct the questioning. But to be honest, I'm not sure if having Trojan questioning Anja was the right decision. Brown-haired construct falls into a deep thought. After everything that's happened, I've maintained my suspicions about her. Seeing her current state, I'm not sure if my distrust is just causing her more harm. I truly saw her as both my closest friend and mentor, but how did she really see me back then? Whose side was she really on back then? And now, is she truly just another Norman employee? I don't know. Rare to see you so lost in thought. I suppose the Constantine mine has always been an emotional burden. Bridget speaks with unflinching honesty. I grew up in Constantine. I lost my parents at this moment. Tried to find traces of them. I lost even more. The deeper they bury it, the more I'm convinced that they're hiding something unscrupulous. That's exactly how it is. The failed constructs piled up in that laboratory just now. Terrifying stained record. And even that crude map that's clearly been drawn by a child. All bear witness to the dark sins committed here. Made the right decision. Hey, thanks. The brown-haired construct gives a thumbs up. That's quite the rare honor, getting recognition from the Grey Raven Commandant. As they speak, the curtain behind them parts. Trojan, in the same state she was in before, peeks her head through. Come on in. Let's see what you want to know. Without a doubt, Trojan's unconventional methods clearly put pressure on Anja. She's gone from looking determined to somewhat desperate, despaired. Rona was the one who asked me to carry this mission out for them. Them again. After facing multiple suppressions, Rona has remained dormant for a long time, staying out of sight until now. Have they, though? It's Corona. They want me to use my credentials as a researcher for Norman Mining Corp. Retrieve research data about the tantalum copolymers from the mine's laboratory. Tantalum copolymers? According to our projection, if the tantalum copolymer is successfully developed, its range of compatibility will exceed that of tantalum-193. More humans who are incompatible with tantalum-193 could be converted into constructs. I don't really understand all that, but go on. That's it. I'm not sure if the experiment was successful. This is just a theoretical possibility, and I haven't had time to review the data I just copied. Give me a reason to trust you. After a moment's pause, a bitter smile crosses Anja's face. Corona never wanted me and the data to leave together. They only wanted the data. Chrono Soldier's mission was to eliminate everyone else who knew about this when they have the data. The laboratory in the mine was jointly funded and built by Corono and Norman Mining Corp. Corono was also the one who left the test subjects to rot there. The Parliament has passed a proposal to eliminate all illegal laboratories and research projects. If the experiments here were to be exposed, it would be another devastating blow to Corono's influence. So they let my assistant bleed to death. Keeps what happened afterward to herself. I used my research clearance to get rid of them, but I couldn't escape from the corrupted in the mine tunnels. Ended up trapped in an incubation chamber. In any case, I have you to thank for saving my life. You're welcome. So, those researchers we saw when we entered the mine, did Corono do them in too? I'm not sure. After a moment of contemplation, Anja offers her response. Corono only sent 2 soldiers to assist me with my mission. Based on where they contacted me, they must have entered the mine after we... The mine explosion and the lost contact are the Corono soldiers doing. Those researchers' bodies. They shouldn't have had time for that kind of handiwork. The image of that inhuman footprint suddenly flashes through your mind. Bridget looks over, apparently having the same thoughts as you. Corono's forces aren't the only enemies of mine. I see. As Bridget steps out of the tent with the files Anja transmitted, suddenly stops in her tracks. Wrong. Well, the first page document the names of the test subjects from the initial experimental group. Each entry with an identification photo help the lead researchers track their subjects. The research project is human tolerance to tantalum copolymers, and the lead researcher was... Hyde? Something begins to dawn on her. She quickly scrolls through the list. Her eyes fall upon a highlighted name. A blue-haired construct. Trojan? Impossible. Her hands tremble as she frantically scans through the brief document. Likely due to time constraints, files Anja managed to copy are incomplete, containing only rough snippets of information. Subject, Trojan. Sex, female. Source, purchased from traffickers. Researcher, Hyde. Oh, she was trafficked? Time log for compatibility test on tantalum copolymers, trial 1. Time log for compatibility test on tantalum copolymers, trial 2. Time log for compatibility test on tantalum copolymers, trial X. Compatibility results favorable. Proceeding with construct modification procedures. Shit! The first time Bridget, usually well-mannered, slip a curse. With the experimental data, name, and photos before her, can't deceive herself into thinking that this is impossible, that there must be some mistake. She has no choice but to accept the truth. She, who always tried to avoid making choices, always wanted to save everyone, failed to save someone she once called friend. Never even noticed her signs of suffering. What's wrong? Back then, the researcher she tried to kill in the mine. Hyde, it is. Did I screw up? She stares at the documents before her, frozen in shock. So then maybe Trojan entered mine again. She knew he was still hiding out there and she would take him there. Could be that. Lost connections. Something will always haunt you, whether awake or asleep, in daily life or battle. When the mission assignment meeting comes to an end, a figure shows up and stands in your way. Luke Aurora, have a moment to talk. As those words hang in the air, Lucia comes to a halt next to you. After a brief nod to Lucia, you move with Trojan to a quiet corner of the camp. Is there anything unclear? Mission I just assigned? Well, there is something, what comes next? Trojan's hand traces circles in the air as she speaks, freezes mid-motion before dropping. Gradually, its posture loosens. What do you mean? Never mind. You're not really who I think you are. I thought you'd be more empathetic and encourage people to open up about their troubles. Never thought I'd come across that way to anyone. I see myself as a perfectly commandant. Nothing more. Fine, I'll cut to the chase. What intel did Bridget, or should I say all of you, get from Anja? Been avoiding me all day. I tried talking to Anja, but she seemed genuinely clueless. The answer has to lie in those documents they brought back. Getting no answers, Trojan switches to a more tactical approach. To be honest, I find it hard to imagine. But just as she begins, something seems to cross her mind. She lets out a tired laugh, palms turned upward. That sunflower-like fellow actually taking the initiative to use their head for once. What exactly is in those files? Life sometimes ventures into the night. Trojan catches the hidden meeting in the... After a long silence, he softly lets out a single sentence. I always thought the sun never set in Bridget's world. That's an interesting way to put it. What made you think that? If my memory serves me correctly, first thing you said when you met her was... Hello, Bridget. I'm Trojan. Trojan quickly recites her own words from before the operation, not waiting for you to speak. Yes, I remember. I know what you're talking about. I'm not familiar with her. At least, not as far as my current memories go, but... this feeling can't be wrong. What feeling? About the mine? Bridget? Question seems to tear through an invisible veil. Despite her extensive interrogation Trojan realizes she's being led along by a simple verbal... Conversation has long since shifted from what she wants to know to what you want to know. But it doesn't matter anymore, since what you want to know happens to be what she wants to know too. With this thought, Trojan opens up a little. Seem different. Both Bridget and the mine need the same uneasy feeling. Every piece of information tells me, reminds me, that our paths have crossed before. No matter how many times I search through my memories, I can't find the answer. But I guess I'm fine with not remembering things. I'm already struggling, trying to get by each day, but... Trojan turns to the side, looking at Bridget, who's busy working nearby. Bridget seems to notice Trojan's gaze, her body tensing for a moment. Instead of turning around, she awkwardly walks further away. Would you want to be a hidden bomb? The kind that can go boom at any moment? To be honest, I don't care about who I used to be, but... Trojan raises her hand toward Lucia. Back. It's obvious what you're getting at. Right? When a bomb goes off, it's one thing if it just destroys itself. But it wouldn't be right for people around it to get hurt because of the explosion. I can't speak for others, but I'm sure you know exactly what I mean. You've been through so much as the Grey Raven Commandant. No. All I want is a safety pin. That's all. I'll be honest. It's about her. She deserves to know. Just as you're about to speak your mind, a figure who has silently approached you interrupts the moment. Luke Aurora and Trojan. Luke Aurora, I am here to speak with you since Cheryl has made some progress. It requires your immediate attention though, and I was wondering if you wanted to head over now. Bridget and Trojan face each other, their voices gradually trailing off until only a wordless gaze remains between them. Trojan is the first to break the silence, raising both hands in mock surrender. All right. I'm not gonna probe any further. Just drop it here. Starting to feel like some cheesy drama scene, getting a bit too awkward. Let's go and check on Cheryl. Wasn't there something urgent we need to handle? As Trojan steps forward to walk past Bridget toward the camp, Bridget suddenly grabs hold of her. Trojan. Didn't do anything wrong. Huh? What do you mean? What I mean is, never done anything heinous, at least according to the records. While I can't be absolutely certain whether you're a ticking time bomb or not, at least for now, you're not keeping any gunpowder under your hat. Got it. Trojan silently pulls her hand away. Well, never mind. Let's leave it at that. Doesn't matter if I don't get it. Thanks. Those words, Trojan walks straight away. Let's focus on the task at hand. We can talk when we're done. Yeah. Cheryl and several Norman researchers gathered around a piece of equipment, working intently. And the progress you're talking about is... Cheryl and her team found a radio in the mine. Help from these researchers modified both the transmitter and the receiver. After multiple rounds of calibration, we can now pick up Babylonia's communication frequencies. As the team works diligently around the silent radio, your mind begins to drift elsewhere. Is something wrong? The equipment is working fine. We've already made contact with Babylonia. We're just adjusting our settings to match their parameters for a more stable connection. Not the equipment I'm worried about. Modified radio, transmitter, and receiver all contain substantial power. Going to power them on. Cheryl, who has been hunched over the radio equipment, rises to her feet with a heavy sigh. Some circuits in the mine are still operational, though we've connected them to the working power sources. Is there a problem with that? Instead of answering Cheryl's question, you exchange glances with Bridget. Her expression shifts from that of a momentary surprise to deep concern. You sent a cozy emoji, Cole. Are you cozy? Is it cold where you are? It's cold here. So I'm not separating with my blanket. Even then, my feet are still cold because my blanket's not long enough. There shouldn't be any power source here. Even if there were some residual power left, I don't think it's nearly enough to run all this equipment. Certainly not with the current level of stability. Which means there's something in the mine. Piercing electronic screech interrupts the conversation as a distorted image gradually materializes. Sensing what's happening, Cheryl and Norman's researchers set down their tools and quietly leave the quarters. You seem to be holding up well. Better than I anticipated. To say, how's everything looking out there? Babylonia took immediate action after contact with your team. Engineering force has already arrived and set up camp around the mine's perimeter. It's slightly warming up where you are? That's good. I am not a fan of winter. So I'm always happy when it starts to warm up. Completed our survey of the mine's outer layer. Situation isn't looking. Even with the blueprints provided by Norman Mining Corp, well, all the regular channels have collapsed, haven't they? Brennan is working on alternatives. If the existing path proves impassable, we'll dig a new tunnel from the side. Have your window open? Wow, that's brave of you. I don't think I could do that. This weather. That would take too long. Are there any hostile entities threatening your safety in the mine? There are entities threatening our data security. Furthermore, if things keep they have, I cannot guarantee anyone's safety. I see. Give me a second. Right then, another voice forces its way into the communication channel. Time is exactly what Luke Aurora lacks right now. Why are we not taking my proposal into consideration here, sir? Ooh. The already unstable image warps and distorts as another figure slowly materializes. I am the one who can help you out of this mess. Pleasure to meet you, Grey Raven Commandant. Since neither engineering force nor Luke Aurora seems capable of resolving the current situation, why not hear out my proposal? The voice pauses for a moment. Their gaze seems to pierce through the distorted video feed, reaching all the way to the mine shaft behind. Despite the poor visibility, there's no mistaking the searching and eager intensity. The mineshaft blueprints in Norman Mining Corporation's possession are actually incomplete. After all, Hirono is the one who truly lives and operates in these underground facilities. We possess more detailed and comprehensive information. Perhaps some of it could help Support Force and you, Grey Raven Commandant, find your way to safety. At what cost, though? Whoa, easy there. You're a distinguished figure in Babylonia, Commandant, and go way back, right? I don't know you. Of course, this information represents Kurono's investment of both effort and capital. Much as I'd love to just share it with you at no cost, our regulations simply wouldn't permit such generosity. And your point being? Very well, very well. I suppose life underground has made you rather tense. I was merely trying to lighten the mood with some pleasantries. If he meant that I go way back with Kurono, yeah, I guess that's true, but not in a good way. Not in a good way at all. I mean, they've done some shitty stuff. At one point earlier in the story, they had my character locked in a room and were doing interrogation stuff and refusing to let me sleep. They would have very bright lights on and make noises. Ugh. Nightmarish. Rest assured, we don't need much. Just a small piece of information will suffice. And what piece of information is that, pray tell? Alternate solution. If I take one step back, you be compromised again. Bridget suddenly slams her fist onto the table, causing the already unstable video feed to flicker and blur for a moment. Never! Hey, calm down. It's just a simple exchange of resources and information. There's no need to get so worked up about it. As Support Force Captain, shouldn't you prioritize your people's safety above all else? Rather than obsessing over research data that came from Kurono, or that small amount of tantalum resource, wouldn't a potential safe passage be far more valuable to you all right now? I don't have the authority over the Tantalum, but as you've already pointed out, I don't mind letting it go if it means we can all go home safely. Corona can convince Babylonia and Norman Mining Corp to shell it out, so be it. But we've got no reason to share the research data with you. Corona themselves should know full well how many secrets are buried in there. What you just said concerns me more than the research data does. What exactly is Corona up to? My apologies. Being vague during negotiations is indeed a bad habit. Which statement are you referring to? While there might be a secure escape route, there's a high probability that individuals may perish due to unexpected incidents during the evacuation. Let's not dwell on it too much, and withdraw as soon as possible. Bridget recites these words with an ice-cold tone. What are you getting at? What exactly are you trying to say? The figure in the projection forces out an awkward laugh, clearly caught off guard by someone with the guts to openly question these deliberately ambiguous statements that are usually left unaddressed. After this exchange, Counselor's tone loses all pretense of friendliness and turns hostile. Oh, are you having fun, Cole? 'Cause I am too. I think it's fun when the baddies squirm a little bit. I have no idea what you're talking about. What? Do you think these mines are some kind of pleasure resort? Anything can happen when you're in a place as dangerous and complicated as that. Especially those researchers who spend all their time in labs and rarely exercise. Pretty sure they'd be the first ones to lose their lives in sudden accidents due to slow reflexes. No. Bridget's face contorts with fury at these words. Why don't you just name Anja or whoever else you want? When we retreat, I can help make sure they all stay behind in the mine. How does that sound? My, what a cruel thing to say. Bridget, you're the support force captain. How could you even suggest doing something so outrageous? Anja is a valuable talent of Norman Mining Corp, and a precious asset to Babylonia. I'm sure Corona wouldn't just stand idly by if something were to happen to someone so important, would they? Of course we have to save everyone we can, but there are times when we're powerless. When certain accidents happen, there's nothing we can do about it, right? Bastard! Bitter laugh escapes Bridget's lips as she barely contains the cold sneer between clenched teeth. I'll take over. Bridget? It's okay, girl. Tap out. Say, you were hoping you'd be able to share some actual solutions with us, sir? Since we have the Grey Raven Commandant here with us, perhaps we could arrange for a smaller accident? What do you say? Out of the question. I have never and will never make such compromises. If I take one step back, make me compromise again. I don't care how you slice the cake. Everyone who remains has to stay alive. Yeah, it's my turn. Huh. If you two think you can get something for nothing, then we have nothing left to discuss. That being said, Babylonia isn't the only party behind this operation, is it? Shouldn't you consider Norman Mining Corp's opinion before making such decisions? Whatever Grey Raven Commandant decides to do, that would be our decision too. After a burst of static, another person joins the communication channel. I like what Luke Aurora said. I don't care how you slice the cake. Those who remain have to stay alive. Norman Mining Corp has always been a family that prioritizes employee welfare over corporate profits. We can overlook minor gains, The safety of our employees has to be guaranteed. Hehe. Victoria got him. The counselor in the video feed now lets out a bitter laugh, obviously infuriated. Oh, poor you. We're ganging up on you and trying to give us unfair terms. Victoria, I feel like I can see exactly what's going through your mind, even through the screen. Employee welfare over corporate profits. Oh boy. This is not the stance you took during our previous discussion. Discussion? I thought someone was just saying how we should make ourselves clear during negotiations. No? Norman Mining Corp is a vast enterprise with countless verbal agreements and written contracts. I can't possibly keep track of every single detail. Regarding the mining operation, Norman Mining Corp did indeed have a prior contract with Corono. However, since this concerns an industry we've previously collaborated with, preliminary preparations were simply standard procedure. After a moment of silence, the counselor quickly regains composure and speaks with measured emphasis. So, negotiations are off the table then? Don't forget, you're undeniably involved in the death of Mr. Not only Norman Mining Corp's butler, but also family to all of our brothers and sisters. As those words hang in the air, Counselor in the projection straightens his posture. Counselor knows full well that the mere utterance of these words, no further room for negotiation, no matter how much Victoria values Aish the butler. Very well. That's how it is. This is where the deal comes to an end. Deeply regret this outcome. See? Without Corona's support, the mine will only become more dangerous, not less. It would be a shame if an accident were to occur, and the death toll exceeded our expectations. Wouldn't you agree, Commandant? Without waiting for a response, the counselor promptly terminates the communication, their holographic image vanishing. Ugh, I thought bad guys used to be good at thinly veiling their intimations of threats and violence. With this, Bridget slams her fist on the table once again. Wells, who's remained silent this whole time, seizes the moment to speak, dispersing the thick tension in the air. The right choice, Bridget. No need to be frustrated. Hold yourself to higher moral standards. Let's try to be more practical here, Victoria. Have any additional intelligence from Norman Mining Corp? Much as I hate to admit it, in this particular matter, Norman Mining Corp simply cannot offer better terms than Chrono. The most I can do is provide auxiliary support. Norman Mining Corp has already dispatched an integrated team of logical surveyors and engineering experts under our coordination. Let's proceed with Karenina's original plan, then. You hold out, Lucarora? I'll do what I can. Contact me immediately if anything changes. Wells nods and disconnects the call. On the other end, Victoria gives a courteous bow before her hologram fades away. Aurora, sorry. Being a little too reckless. Apologize, but any friend would do. Smile, you pat Bridget's shoulder and speak softly. She gradually regains her composure. Got plenty more to do. You brief everyone on the intel while I go and look for Anja. Got it, but should we tell them everything? Your judgment. Or the rescue expert here. Don't need my opinion. Alright then. The mood at the temporary camp shifts with the arrival of new intelligence. There are no severe repercussions thanks to Bridget's and support forces' swift response. You meet up with Bridget again. She's already finished pacifying everyone. The camp is back in operation, with everyone's tasks reassigned to better coordinate engineering force operating in the field. While the situation has inevitably dealt them something of an emotional blow, everything remains under control. Aurora, how's everything looking there? Just finished briefing her. Some time to process it. Anja sits before you, touching her arm with one hand, her face drained of color. Say that. They really want me dead ASAP, don't they? May not be that obvious. Given what's happened before, you should be well aware of your situation. Well then, I'll hand over everything. Just please, spare my life. Anja bites her lower lip and trembles as she shrinks back toward her luggage. This is a Norman access card modified by Corono. With this, you can find what you're looking for on your own. Instead of taking the card, Bridget fixes her gaze on Anja with intent. We'll protect you regardless, Anja. Luke, Aurora, and I didn't bring you here so we can scare you soulless. We're not Corono, and you don't have to be either. We're all survivors now. We should be in this together. Take it easy, alright? Anja's lips quiver as she struggles to speak. After a long moment, she lowers her head slightly and reaches into her backpack, retrieving some patches. She hands the patches over to Bridget along with her own hand. What are you doing? These are prints of my fingerprints and palm patterns. Along with my expertise, I'll cooperate with your operation. If all they needed was an access card and my palm print, they would have just cut off my hand and done everything themselves by now. Thank you for trusting me. I'll do everything in my power to keep you safe, Anja. Anja doesn't answer, gives an emphatic nod instead. All right then. Just as Bridget is about to stand up, a figure darts into the room. Commandant, we've got a situation with Cheryl. What's wrong? Cheryl has been working on something following that lead ever since you mentioned the power issue. Just now, they detected a momentary blip of vital signs on the radar. The signal's amplitude differs from both those of human and construct. Cheryl suspects it might be an equipment malfunction and is attempting a second scan, but I don't think that's necessary. Commandant, your judgment is correct. There are people in the mine besides Corono and the support force. We should move out now. Bridget. Roger that. I'll make the arrangements right away. Hidden secrets. More secrets emerge as the passages and labs are exposed. I already have some idea of who's lurking, but that's because I watched like the version trailer and know who the boss is. But I won't say anything to you guys, because that way you might still be surprised. While some problems have been taken care of, it seem to shake the feeling that there's more down the road. Looks like we won't be leaving these mines anytime soon. Well, Bridget, including this one, there are still 8 or 9 stages left in this chapter, so... You're right. As the commandant of an elite squad, this kind of small incident must be just another day at the office for you. Yeah! Remember that time when I got kidnapped and cloned? That was wild. The mine tunnel lies shrouded in darkness, with only the faint glow of their handheld lamps piercing through the gloom. While Lucia investigates the mysterious signal that suddenly appeared, Bridget and you are tasked with finding a path to rendezvous with the survey team and engineering force. The underground complex is a maze of interconnected paths. Having bypassed security measures using Anja's authentication chips, you're now starting to see the true colors of the tower buried deep in. Each authentication granted, more hidden passages and laboratories emerge from security. These people, they really know how to keep their secrets buried deep. Literally. Bet they've grown used to living like this. Living in darkness becomes second nature. They grow to shun the sunlight, digging ever deeper into the earth for new sanctuaries. Besides, you here could never see the light of day. Another one of these diaries. Bridget uses her weapon to pick up a tattered notebook from the ground. After carefully putting on gloves, she begins to examine its pages with caution. More of the same contents. Mine collapsed again today. We really have the rescue team to thank. Constantine Mining may be heartless. They always make sure to call for rescuers when it's happened. At least it's better than how things are at other places. At least we can scrape by here. A place like this, can't ask for much more. Only 2 boys got hurt, trying to be heroes by going too far in. Everyone else is fine. Is this a written journal? Because how else would they be coughing? Anyway, minor A. If they're coughing, so it's gotta be like a video journal or something. Like a video file of some sort. The rescue workers saved me again. So grateful to both of them. I heard that before all this happened, the couple used to be extreme sports enthusiasts. Off-road racing, rock climbing, stuff like that. Oh, Bridget's expression changed. This is totally her parents. I would have still been a code monkey typing away at my computer. Weren't for this damn virus outbreak. No, maybe you're right, Cole. Maybe they wrote cough in the written entry. Just, to communicate how they feel. They coughed at that point, and so they just wrote cough to show that that's what they did. Would have thought I'd actually come to... Minor A. Time down here in the mine was unbearable without my diary. I'm waiting for rescue. Something feels off this time. I heard some strange noises. I played dead, keeping my eyes shut tight and refusing to look at anything. I only opened my eyes and wrote down all this when strange noises were gone. Nothing bad is gonna happen to me if I just keep my eyes and ears shut, right? Minor A. The rest of the diary is blank. Two rescue workers mentioned in the diary. Thought to be my parents. They once told me that they were extreme sports guides. They adventure through the desolate wilderness and treacherous peaks before the punishing hour. Once promised me that they'd take me to all these beautiful places when punishing was gone. Are you alright? Oops, don't worry. Got a little carried away back there thinking about my parents. I'll make sure to travel to all the places they've been to. see what they've seen when all this is over, though. Care to join me when I'm ready to do that? I'm not really the biggest traveler. Just kidding. Right, I was just kidding too. Yeah. Oh, there's something here. As the searchlight sweeps across another darkened control panel, Bridget places her access card against it. After a moment, the long dormant panel slowly flickers to life. I mean, who's been maintaining the power the entire time? Though everything appears shrouded in a veil of decay, it seems that with the right key, the world behind these stone walls slowly begun to show itself. With the access card verified, the laboratory lights automatically activate. Harsh white light floods down instantly, blindingly bright. Who's there? A soft creaking sound echoes through the room. Over there. Above, a security camera with a blinking red light slowly pivots. Is this a monitoring room? This monitoring room isn't on the map. This is when it hits you that something is off. Without a moment's hesitation, Bridget raises her gun and takes a precise shot at the security camera. There's another one. The surveillance camera comes crashing to the ground. Could someone be controlling these from the monitoring room that wasn't on the map? Bridget crouches down to examine the shattered security camera more closely. It's a motion-sensing camera. It probably only turned toward us when it detected our presence. To exercise caution all the same, though. Yeah. This unexpected incident has heightened the tension in the air. Having copied the research records from the terminal's control panel, two of you quickly make your exit from the laboratory. Feels much safer out here. Though the mine tunnel is darker, its narrow confines somehow feel more secure than the stark, exposed laboratory. Harsh white lights. Nice reflexes back there, Luke Aurora. This is no ordinary feat for a human. Good job, Commandant. Task Force really is full of talented people. Or capable of. Should have no trouble joining the task. Well, they've been telling me to apply for the task force since we finished boot camp. But I've always felt like I don't belong there. Task force is great. Fighting on the front lines, the best frames available and everything, but if everyone joins the task force, who's gonna be there to support them? I'm not saying task force is bad or anything, it's just... I see. Someone has to be there to help them, right? Everyone has their own path to follow, and my path has never been with the task force. Are you sure you don't want to join the task force? The conditions there are better than in the support force. Training data qualifies you for task force. Sure you're not gonna sleep on it some more? Nope, and I'm sure about that. I choose the support force. Oh, what are you even doing here when you're doing so well? I mean, why are you in the task force? They're always the first ones to get new research results in frames. This place is great too. We get to operate heavy vehicles here. Task force doesn't have nearly as many vehicles for everyone to drive. The old-timer would always tell me that I'd flushed my talent down the toilet. I've never been fond of making choices. Never have I regretted joining the support force. The scenes within her mind shatter into pieces and slowly reconstruct themselves. She had truly weighed her options back then. Young girl she was should have accepted the compensation from Norman Mining Corp. And lived out her days in some conservation area. If she had made a calculated choice after becoming a construct, she should have joined the task force, earned more merit, risen to an elite squad, gained more authority. She has faced countless opportunities, yet she has never strayed the path she set out to take. Not to toot my own horn, but I have indeed led support force to assist more task force operations in conservation areas than ever before. The numbers don't lie. Bridget joined the support force. Numerous squads that would have otherwise died have made it back to Babylonia safely, to her timely assistance and dedication. I always thought I was giving it my all, but... He let out a deep, heavy sigh. Trojan. I never noticed anything wrong with her. And I've been thinking that maybe I'd have been able to help her had I been more attentive. Not necessarily. Based on Bridget's description of Trojan, she was likely a spy working for Corono until her mind was damaged, causing her memory. But with Trojan being who she was, God only knows how she perceived Bridget's kindness when Bridget tried to be kind to her. Right. She might think I'm just there to spy on her. She is being very contradictory. She truly did help Roland, and back then. There's no way Roland and I would have improved as fast as we did without her guidance. Someone who's supposed to be a spy. Weird how she's trying to draw all this attention to herself. Times were precious to her, too. I wouldn't be so sure about that. I mean, Roland and I were quite a handful. But it worked out fine in the end. A familiar smile graces her face. Trojan is still alive, and so am I. Some wrongs will be righted. With a smile and a shrug, Bridget walks forward. Come on. Got a long road ahead of us. Emily. Honor. Mind. Suppressed, painful gasp echo softly through. Heavy footsteps, bestial growls, and chaotic sounds of scraping metal fill the air. Seems like we have guests. Dim lights slowly flicker light in the dark room. Across the dense array of surveillance control panels, there appears the face of a brown-haired construct that's calmly shattering the monitors one by one. Well, so I've got ready my receive our guests then. Homecoming. Everybody ready? Grab your stuff. Let's go home. Again, I doubt we're going home, because there's still 7 more chapters, including this one. No, I guess... After thorough exploration, Bridget finally stops in front of a mining tunnel that shows less structural damage than the others. Is this the place? Yes, of course. She gently taps the rocks before her with a wrench and tilts her head to listen to the resonating sound. The location we confirmed with Karenina and the others should be somewhere around here. Without proper instruments, I can't pinpoint the exact location. Start clearing the collapsed rocks from this position. The engineering force will be there to work with. Before she even finishes her sentence, the terminal crackles to life as Karenina's voice bursts through the speaker. Hey! Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Loud and clear. Are you near the coordinates I calculated earlier? Yes, we're here. This section of the mine has suffered minor cave-ins. We'll reinforce it from the inside to prevent further collapse. I know I can trust your work, but there's this one thing. Karenina falls quiet and says nothing for so long that you're starting to wonder if there's a signal issue. What's wrong? Ugh. I don't see why this needs to be kept under wraps. To put it simply, whether we're creating rescue access points for supplies, or using large diameter drilling for the rescue, we're going to end up making a lot of noise either way. Mine's condition is unstable. Karenina is worried it might attract corrupted. None of the researchers can fight to save their lives. Someone will likely need to stay around to prevent any constructs in the mine from attacking. I'll do it. I'll do it. But it's you there to tell them what to do. There's no point arguing about this. It's dangerous whether you lead or stay around. No one knows what's gonna come popping out when we open that collapsed mine shaft. That's why you and Lucia need to take point. If anything goes wrong, I'm sure your combat experience will lead everyone to safety. They can handle the reinforcement work without my supervision. That's why I'm clearly the better choice to guard the rear. Commandant? Lucia? How's everything like there? Lucia comes running from the other end of the mining tunnel, following an anomalous signal. They know the layout of this place so well that I just couldn't catch up. I was just going around in circles when I ran into you guys. See? That unidentified person, or whatever it is out there, got to make our priority. Keep the researchers safe. It makes more sense for our two strongest fighters to walk point. Very well. Done with your discussion? Well then, let me brief you on the rest of the rescue plan. A minor disagreement seems to be happening on the other end of the communication line. Karenina mutters something under her breath before Teddy's voice comes through again. Engineering Force will proceed with the original plan, creating rescue access points at predetermined locations. Pinpoint your exact position. For that, the support force personnel on the inside need to reinforce the mining around the planned location to prevent any secondary collapses in the operation. According to the reports, there seems to be some operational elevator in the mine. Soft tapping sound comes from the terminal screen. I'll help you gain control of the elevator system from the outside. Use it to move around. After that, Engineering Force will use the rescue access point to transport supplies, which is going to allow us to continue reinforcing the tunnels from the inside. Once we have the ground's conditions confirmed, begin rescue operation using a large diameter drilling machine. You guys still listening? I'm listening. Huh? Yes, I'm listening. Support Force has been brought reinforcement supplies. They'll prioritize reinforcing the areas where they plan to drill to prevent any further cave-ins. Very good. Alright, let's get this show on the road. Karenina, don't even think about touching that large drill. Got my eye on you. Lucky. I'd love to try that drill too. Alright, let's finish marking the spots and head back. At the temporary camp, all tents have been taken down. Members of the support force are all busy taking inventory of their remaining supplies, while Cheryl stands beside Bridget, reporting their findings. Punishing concentration. in manageable levels. Most of the corrupted tunnels are failed experimental constructs. Norman Mining Corp must have installed a virus filtration system, similar to a central purification filter inside. Once the mine's power supply is restored to stable levels, we can repair and restart the system. And the conclusion? Reactivating this mining facility isn't going to be much of a challenge, boss. I'll compile everything into a report and send it back to Babylonia along with the exploration methods. After that, we can... Bridget? Anja stands behind the Pac-10, looking as if she has something to say. Coming all the way here. You're not planning to assassinate me, are you? The odds aren't in your favor. Not when I'm wearing one of the first new frames that the support force came up with. That's not what I meant. You're evacuating, aren't you? No one told me, but I can see everyone packing up. Yes, Engineering Force has prepared an evacuation plan. Lucia and the Grey Raven Commandant will assist with your withdrawal. I haven't notified Norman researchers because... I know, the support force doesn't trust us right now. Bridget quietly acknowledges this observation. Since you're evacuating, I probably won't have the chance to come back here again. She drinks in the surroundings, trying to commit every detail to memory. Tantalum copolymer is a promising topic. I'm convinced that it could yield even better results than tantalum 193 copolymer under certain conditions. Have my apologies. Anyway, this piece of information, what I've been keeping as my last lifeline, pulls out a paper map that shows a detailed layout of the underground. This one reveals numerous facilities that don't appear on Norman Mining Corp's map. Several non-existent laboratories, along with a non-existent monitoring at the lowest level. Before I left, my professor handed me this map and wished me a safe journey. He told me that the monitoring room at the lowest level was the heart of the entire mine. He must have seen all of this coming. Anja lets out a weary sigh and falls silent. I was hoping that you'd be able to uncover the research data on copolymers. You're finished with what you came here to. And continue to fill that void with countless more lives? I'm sorry. I'm in no position to have an argument with you as far as this. I used to believe that sacrifice was just a natural part of scientific progress. She never stops to think about what happened to those failed test cells. Having witnessed countless power struggles within the laboratory, she understands that defeated factions face elimination. That's why when she first entered the mine and saw the researchers' bodies, she felt only surprise, not panic. But when she fled into the incubation chamber, witnessed infected constructs throwing themselves at the doors, watched helplessly as lifeless, failed specimens were piled up before her eyes. But I'll say this now. No technological advancement should ever come at the cost of human lives. I guess this is why my professor always said that he just couldn't bring himself to be ruthless. Maybe that's also why they abandoned me. Bridget offers no words of comfort in response. If I make it back to Babylonia alive, I will hand in my resignation and leave Norman Mining Corp's research facility. After that... As for what happens after that, she has no idea. Perhaps her professor doesn't want her dead after all, seeing as he did give her this life-saving map. Maybe she could just turn over a new leaf and seek a position at the Science Council. If they're still willing to take her in, that is. I hope this map proves useful to you all. Anja quietly returns to where she belongs. Holding the map Anja surrendered, Bridget falls into deep thought. She isn't surprised that Anja kept this as a contingency plan. If they weren't about to evacuate the mine, Anja probably wouldn't have handed over the map at all. No surprise that Anja's professor was a Corona operative infiltrating Norman Mining Corp's research facility. One knows just how many infiltrators Chrono has trained and planted over. Just such a shame. As Bridget flips through the map pages, a wave of inexplicable sadness washes over her. Bridget? Oh, Luke Aurora? Are you all done with the preparations over there? We're all set. Right. Guys always travel light, eh? Something seems off about it. Don't worry. It just hit me, though, that this is my second time coming to this place. But I still haven't figured out why my parents would miss it. Found no clues whatsoever. Pretty clear. Just like Miner A. Saw or heard something they shouldn't have during the rescue operation. Might have either been taken away by Corona's constructs, killed, modified. But in any case, most likely no longer in the world. You looking concerned, Bridget blinks hard, forcing herself to put on her usual smile. It's okay. I'm pretty sure I'll find them eventually now that the Constantine mine is in operation again. Alright. I'd better go and make those slowpokes work harder. Pretty sure Karenina is gonna show up with her giant drill if we don't speed up. Takes big strides toward the center of the temporary camp. Hey, is everyone ready to move out? All ready to go. Despite several days of resource shortages, every member of the support force remains in high spirits. Everybody ready? Grab your stuff, let's go home. Risky situation. To the monitoring room we go. Those cunning bastards always leave a back door at the most critical area. Wow, the achievement is just for surviving. Wow, that's great. Last but not least, let me go over our battle plan one more time. Engineering Force will help us activate any working in-depth elevators in the mine, while Lucia and Grey Raven Commandant will lead everyone to the designated location. Once you reach your position, start reinforcing the mine tunnels immediately to prevent any cave-ins, and no sucking off. Alright, heard ya. And what's your job here? I'll take a different route down and guard the rear to make sure no corrupted can get through to you. With you. Hey, count me in too. Alright. Let's focus on reinforcing those mine tunnels. Don't make it sound like I'm going on some suicide mission. I'm more than qualified to be in the task force, in case you didn't know. Get going now. When I catch up with you all, I'll be inspecting your reinforcement work. So you better do it right.
Lucia, Commandant. I'll leave the researchers to you from here on.
And we'll take care of our boss. Rest assured that she would be fine with our protection.
The support force is on its way. Are you ready? All right. We need to hurry, Commandant. Raven Flash! Is this all I have?
Which way, Nick?
Failed to start the elevator. It's stuck on B3.
Captain Bridget, do you copy?
The elevator is stuck on B3, right? Got it. I'm on my way now. Lucia, the gate leading downstairs is locked. We need authorization.
Copy. Researcher Anja. We need a worker with authorization to help us unlock the gate. Don't worry, I'll keep you safe.
I'm already. Just a scratch. It's dangerous ahead. Be careful. No one's getting past me.
Not done yet? Come on now.
The gate is open now, Captain Bridget.
Copy that. Thank you, Lucia. The gate is open. Let's go.
I think this is definitely like the most voiceover they've ever had in a story update, which is kind of cool to see. Wonder if this is going to become the norm from now on. I'll keep my expectations low though, just in case it's more of a passing trend.
You go first. I'll hold off the corrupted here. Go find another way out. Turns out the track is blocked by these corrupted. Alright, let's blow them up.
Yeah, let's blow him up. Ow!
It's dangerous ahead. Be careful. I'll guard this place. This is my final warning.
Phew!
It's dangerous ahead. Be careful. It's dangerous ahead. Be careful. It's dangerous ahead. Be careful.
Ugh, another maze. There, I found the way. I found the way.
Okay, Lucia, you should be able to start the elevator now.
Hang on. Yeah, the elevator is working now. Everything seems fine.
Boss, we found a new way out down here, but the corrupted are getting more and more.
Hello? Do you copy? Hello? Hello? Damn it. It must be the corrupted. I have to help them.
Off we go. I heard the sound of a rescuer. From the town. It's Zoe! Zoe is here! You're saved! The long M dash has torn the paper. Ah. A body! A body lying in the corner that doesn't look like a researcher. His legs were carefully patched up. The bandages have a rescuer's mark that Bridget is very familiar with. No! You're not dead yet, right?
You touched my team! Get out of my way!
Ah! You're new.
It's dangerous ahead. Be careful! No one's getting past me! That...
Here you go. Some burning for you.
No one's getting past me! Guard this place! This is... my
They've got an equilibrium field? I can't break those.
dangerous ahead. Be careful!
What's it doing? Oh, did I knock it on its back?
It's dangerous ahead. Be careful! I'll guard this place! That's all you got!
You're tough, aren't you?
Dangerous ahead. Be careful! I'm alright. It's just a scratch. This is my final warning!
Ah!
Guard this place! I'm alright. It's just a scratch.
Ow!
That's all you got! Guard this place!
Woohoo!
This is my final warning! I'm alright. Just a scratch. I'll guard this place! That's all you got!
Yeah. Burn!
I'll guard this place! No one's getting past me! I'm alright.
Ah!
It's just a scratch.
Why aren't you being defeated? Your health is at low minimum. Oh, I had to use my ultimate.
Everyone move back! Leave them to me!
I didn't see that my ultimate button was flashing.
More corrupted are coming in from behind the door.
Get back. I don't want to hurt you.
What are you doing here?
Mine lies in darkness. Only the weak red lights of malfunctioning machinery blinking. That last hit seems to have damaged parts of Trojan's frame. Vital fluid leaks from her forearms and ankles and drips steadily onto the ground. Why didn't you go with them? Taking a step back, Bridget keeps her wary eyes focused on Trojan. While Trojan has saved her life, the current situation makes it impossible for Bridget to fully trust the construct before her. I really did plan to evacuate them. Doors suddenly locked shut when I got in the elevator. Damn thing was built like a tank. I had to use all my strength just to break it open and escape. I had to drop down the elevator shaft into this, hell if I knew where this place is. Hadn't even walked around much when I heard something over there. Whether you believe it or not, that's exactly what happened. Trojan doesn't appear to be lying. If she were here on Corona's orders to clean things up, she could have used any number of access cards to get through without ending up so disheveled. With wounds wrapped in bandages in a rush, Trojan wears a look of irritation. My penny-pinching boss is willing to cover the damages. or this frame repair is going to cost me an arm and a leg. I should never come down to this cursed place. Are those memories really worth all this? The nights without memories to look back on aren't so bad with some clear like alcohol flavor electrolyte. Not even that expensive. You can get approval from the support force to have your frame fixed up. Whoa, really? Of course. Since you were assisting the support force with this mission, I have the authority to request funds to get your frame fixed. Well then, guess I'm gonna take you up on that offer then. That's fine. Trojan's hands freeze mid-bandaging as she turns a suspicious gaze toward Bridget. Seem upset? Sorry, I'm not very good at hiding my emotions. That mind tunnel passed. Saw my parents' belongings. According to the rescue team's code of conduct, anything happens to rescue workers, the responsible party must issue an accident report. Dead or alive, I won't let them hide in the darkness forever. I will find the truth of what happened to my parents. I refuse to let them fade into the darkness without a trace. Ripples spread through Trojan's mind as the memories glint, like shards of glass that reflect a blinding light. Truth? You remember now? Nope. Some very fragmented memories. Probably even more shattered than that corrupted, blasted apart. Some things are better left forgotten. You're probably right, but I'd rather remember. No signs of corrupted in the vicinity. She allows herself to loosen up a little, lean against the corner of the wall for a rest. Nothing more trouble. Maybe so. But what's life without its troubles? Some things I remember very clearly. My only failure was during a rescue mission here, back when I was still a rookie. Though those memories are gone now, Trojan knows full well that Bridget's failed rescue mission was the very one that saved her life. I don't know what you're talking about. Really? Your medical rescue report doesn't specify who saved you? Honestly, don't remember much about it. Norman's researchers already told me that because of the unique nature of my frame, damage to my mind wouldn't be difficult to repair unless certain issues could be completely resolved. Up until now, I've only been able to remember a tiny fragment of my earlier memories. Oh, I'm sorry. It's alright. I don't really feel any regret about it. I mean, I have this vague feeling that I probably wasn't a very good person before I lost my memories. But from what I've seen, you've always been every bit the modeled instructor. Instructor? Boy, thought anyone would see me that way. Trojan raises a finger to her lips, signaling Bridget to be quiet, and presses her ear against the rock wall to feel the tremors. She seems to hear the sound of that person catching up to her. Not quite safe here yet. Let's keep moving forward. Further ahead. On the map Anja gave you, you see that the general locations of things match up with where they actually are. A few marked labs are actually traps. We're at the bottom level of the mines now. Monitoring room is just up ahead. Monitoring. Bit of a pain, but I think we could request to use the elevator in the monitoring room that goes straight down. A slight sting in her mind prevents her from pursuing that train of thought any further. To the monitoring room we go. These cunning bastards always leave a back door at the most critical area. It's most likely going to be the mine's core control room. Menacing footsteps echo through the corridor. can't change it. The footsteps pause as he appears to notice something and turns toward where the lights just came on. There are the honor. The brink of collapse. I never do good deeds like this. This is so not my style. With only a partial map and hazy memories to guide them, Trojan leads Bridget forward, picking their way through the dark, damp mining tunnel. So there really is a monitoring sensor here. Of course, those with guilty consciences, real demon the most. They need these keycard lock traps and mechanisms to protect little dignity they have left. Trojan comes to a halt. Once again, she presses her ear against the rock. Faint tremors coursing through the stones. I think I'm hearing something. Engineering Force must have started their drilling operations. Now, of all time, her fingers carefully trace along the rock wall. Collapse. No, that's not it. Watch out! A weapon whistles through the air behind them. Trojan spins around with lightning speed, yanking Bridget aside to dodge the attack. A looming shadow creeps up from behind them. What is that? A massive, grotesque humanoid figure, seemingly cobbled together from mechanical parts, looms behind them. Or you. Creature's overwhelming presence forces her to stumble backward. Without a word, the grotesque being launches another attack. This must be the third faction you've been suspecting in the mine. As Trojan dodges the monster's attack, her frame's joints creak loudly with each movement. I've got this! Her tonfas transform into a shield just in time. The enemy's strike produces an ear-piercing metallic screech, but she holds her ground against the attack. What kind of monster is this? Nobody got time for no questions now. The giant remains silent as it raises its weapon again. Its vacant expression shows no hint of consciousness or desire to communicate. This isn't working. Countdown on their terminal ticks away relentlessly as they flee deeper into the tunnel under Bridget's cover. However, the massive enemy seems to know the mine's layout better than they do, appearing before them at every turn. As Bridget braces against another heavy blow with her shield, signs of fatigue begin to show on her face. Bridget, this way! She finds a concealed mechanical door. It's here! She rolls nimbly and sprints toward Trojan. Meanwhile, Trojan swipes her access card to open the hidden door. Quick! She grabs Bridget and shoves her without hesitation into the hidden passage. Trojan! Just as Bridget reaches out to pull Trojan in, the giant behind them catches up and grabs Trojan by the shoulders. Close the door, now! The metal door slams shut before Bridget with a thunderous clash. Trojan! Bridget tries again and again to swipe the access card to open the door, except the door refuses to budge. God only knows what Trojan has done to tamper with the system. Heavy thuds echo dully through the thick rock walls. Damn it! She strikes the door again with all her might, but even her strongest blows barely leave a scratch on the door. No, this isn't working. Wait, the monitoring room. If the monitoring room controls the entire underground mine system, there's bound to be a way to open this door from there. Or even better, shorter route to where the fight is taking place. Hang in there, Trojan! Without further hesitation, she bolts in the direction Trojan had indicated earlier. Another thunderous blast echoes through the tunnel. A groan escapes through her clenched teeth. The construct looms overhead like a dark mountain, a terrifying mass bearing down with crushing pressure. Knew I made the right choice letting Bridget go. She snatches up her fallen weapon and gracefully leaps onto a nearby ledge. Never do deeds like this. That should give me a humanitarian award or something. He saved me once before, so we're even now. Talks to herself, not caring whether the creature understands her or not. Maybe your companion in death here, since we're both creatures that once called this wasteland home. Despite Trojan's agility, the sheer size difference proves overwhelming. He stands no chance against this giant. Once again, her body slams violently against the wall. Trojan has never had her old frame, now creaking in protest, replaced. With her arms now immobilized, she can't even use the bandages Bridget gave her to patch up the vital fluid leaking from her wounds. Garbled sounds emanate from the vocal module of the massive human creature. Wondering why I didn't run away? The monster looms over her once again, a massive shadow blocking out what little light remains. Vital fluid seeps uncontrollably from her mouth and joints as Trojan lies powerless, her visual modules growing increasingly blurry. Was going to, actually. So fragile. The monster's consciousness appears to be growing hazy again. In her scattered memories, she recalls seeing what this behemoth looked like. The name was Skysh? An impeccably dressed butler, constantly prattling on about Norman Mining Corp. Exactly the type she would despise. She had overheard Hyde and the other lab directors plotting to keep that person detained here. After that, everything went blank. Did she warn that person to escape? Knowing herself, figures that she probably didn't. Trojan never understands why she always gets the shorter end of the stick. But once, I was chosen. Next life, I hope that I get to stand in the sunlight like they do. Whistling sound slices through the air right beside Bridget's ear. Trojan's here? Is that a typo? The access card. It works. Fortunately, the access card from Anja has enough clearance. Despite some difficulty, Bridget manages to unlock the monitoring room. The circuits are shorted out, leaving only the dim glow of emergency lights in the monitoring room. Both Trojan and Anja said the monitoring station is the heart of this mining facility. There have got to be clues here. At the monitoring station, some of the surrounding screens have gone dark, but most still flicker with a faint light. From the moment they entered this place, their every move likely been under someone's watchful eye. There's no time to think. Bridget's fingers fly across the keyboard as she tries to come up with the keywords that control the gates. Constantine Mining Facility. Constantine Laboratory. Norman Mining Corporation funding. Norman Mining Corporation's butler. Skysh? A long series of text logs appear on the screen, accompanied by images. Can't forget. I have to memorize their names. I'm still conscious. Zoe and Marion. Mom and Dad's names? Bruno betrayed us all. They told me there was a disease in the well that we needed to take preventive. Never suspected a thing. show off their results. They forced me to watch humans subjected to tantalum copolymer procedures. I couldn't just stand by and watch these people die. Their experiment failed anyway. Everything went haywire. Blew up the mine, which they wrote off as a minor mining accident. Norman Mining Corp hired rescue workers. Never thought it would be them. I never thought it would be them. Zoe found me, and Marion insisted they had to get me out. What happened? Found it. With a composed focus, Bridget locates the passcodes for these gates within the document. Playing. Another thunderous crash reverberates through the area. Some circuit triggers, causing every warning light in the monitoring room to flash to life. An ominous red glow floods the entire chamber. A moment later, every monitor screen begins to pulse with warning signals. For the honor, I sworn to be loyal to the Norman Corp and Norman family for the rest of my life. The drill's deafening roar fills the air as muddy water seeps through the rock layers, rising to ankle level. We're breaking through! Get out of the way if you can hear this in there! A sliver of daylight pierces through the gaps between weathered rocks into the dark mine tunnel. Get out of the way! Engineering Force's chosen breach point is precisely calculated, less than 1 meter away from the reinforced section of the mine tunnel. The reinforced mine tunnel rumbles ominously as Cheryl and other support force members furrow their brows, eyes fixed intently on the safe zone above. With a resounding blast, the engineering force breaks through the mine tunnel's rocky walls from the outside, finally letting sunlight stream in. Commandant! The piercing light sears her vision, and Lucia gently shields her eyes with her hand. I want to be careful with the sunlight. We've been underground all this time. Hey! Are you all doing okay in there? While the engineering force members carefully work to widen the tunnel opening for rescue operations, Karenina, already equipped with protective gear, rushes inside. Aurora, Lucia, are you both alright? Hey, slow down. Funny how it feels like we're always crawling through places like this these days. With Karenina and Teddy's help, the trapped squad successfully makes it back to the surface. Has anyone messaged Bridget? On it. Teddy! As she coordinates the rescue effort, Karenina turns her head to call out. Already on it, except the reception seems a little unstable now. Alright, I'll handle things from here. Go ahead and get some rest. The girl leads the way to the temporary camp, hurrying forward, but her brow furrows the moment she lifts the tent flap. The Norman Mining Corp's executive? Dressed in immaculately pressed suits, Norman Mining Corp's executive and their research division representative sit in the middle of the temporary tent, carrying themselves with such formality as if they were in Babylonia's executive boardroom. Though the timing may be less than ideal, I must ask you all to hear our requests. After all, Norman Mining Corp cannot provide such extensive aid without some form of compensation. Rest assured, though, we won't be making any unreasonable demands. Norman Mining Corp is well aware that Babylonia is leading this operation. However, since Norman Mining Corp will be responsible for the maintenance and repairs once we reclaim the mining facility, I expect Babylonia to preserve as much of the facility's core infrastructure as possible during your clearing operations and combat procedures. Even if the entire facility is swarming with corrupted? Apologize, but such matters fall outside the scope of our concerns. In our current situation, we lack the resources and manpower for equipment reconstruction. Therefore, cut to the chase and say what you really mean. Let me explain the laboratory-related aspects from here on. Norman Mining Corp funded and built the laboratory within the mining facility. Didn't manage to retrieve all the documents when the incident happened. Dispatched Anja, our laboratory head, one of the assistant personnel. Where is she now? One of my objectives for this visit is to retrieve Anja ahead of schedule. No. Babylonia has no right to detain my student. She witnessed certain events at the bottom of the mining facility. The key witness is just a researcher. What can she possibly testify about? I only mean to take her back to Babylonia early for recovery. Then why don't you give a damn about what she's been through? Or did you know this would happen all along? Professor? Having realized what's happening, the executive takes a step back, offers an awkward smile and apology, and leads the professor away from the tent. Those in the room can hear them arguing outside the room. This isn't what Victoria told us to do. She specifically asked us to keep the mine safe and keep an eye on them while making sure that there is no widespread destruction. This is a laboratory matter. It's none of your business. The curtain rustles as the professor enters again. Let me say this again. Babylonia has no authority to detain my student. Even when she's stolen confidential laboratory data from underground? Stolen? Commandant, I'm afraid your choice of words is problematic. The data rightfully belongs to Norman Mining Corp, specifically to their mining facility. What if the data is part of an illegal research project? Norman Mining Corp is merely an investor. We do not know whether the experimental data violate Babylonia's regulation. Even if it does violate current regulation, the new proposal isn't retroactive. Under the old rules, Norman Mining Corp wasn't in violation of any regulations. Therefore, Norman Mining Corp should have the right to reclaim these materials. A smug smile creeps across the aging researcher's face. I shouldn't have wasted my time listening to this dribble. As Karenina storms toward the exit, Teddy catches her arm and pulls her back. Be clear with us. Who exactly asking for Anja? Norman Mining Corp? Or someone else? Of course it's Norman Mining Corp. His eyes dart around, refusing to meet your gaze. Teddy shoots you a dismissive glance before her fingers dance across the keyboard. Practice precision. There we go. She's probably calling her sister, isn't she? Elvis. Zipping through the ranks, huh? Background shows unprecedented jump from Constantine Mining's internal lab straight to Norman Mining Corp's headquarters in Babylonia. I'm afraid I don't follow what you mean. Got to be Chrono. I knew they might try to dig their claws into Norman Mining Corp. I didn't expect them to make it this far. A bitter smirk crosses Teddy's face. Norman doesn't even have the resources to restart their experiments right now. Even if we reclaim Constantine Mine, the output has to be prioritized for Babylonia's use anyway. Working for Norman while serving Corono. Is that double paycheck working out for you? Seriously, I don't have time to babysit these idiots who can't even get their priorities straight. Hold on. Something's wrong at the mine. Been trying to contact Bridget, but all my messages are failing to send. Connected to the internal communication network you were just using. Support force has already repaired the transmission equipment. There shouldn't be problems. Sabotage the equipment? Or could it be Bridget's terminal? Think of anything else. Is there anyone else down in the mine besides Bridget? Yes, but she sent a message saying someone sabotaged the elevator. Sabotaged elevator. Security camera. They're blinking red lights. Gotta be them. One in the mine. Going back down to check. I'll go with you. What's the situation in the mine right now? Most members and researchers from the support force have returned to the surface and are stationed in temporary shelters. No casualties reported. Some from the support force stay behind to cover the retreat. A rescue operation has been arranged for them. Only Bridget and Trojan remain unaccounted for. Try contacting. Can reach Trojan's communication line, but there's no response. Disconnection tone barely carries through the static-filled monitoring room. Yet the construct calls himself Skysh, bonds as if he had heard it. With a hoarse voice, he opens his mouth to speak. You're wasting your time. Blocked all communication signals here to prevent myself from sending out anything. Anything that shouldn't be sent out, that is. Because I lose my mind. This here should remain buried forever. Never underestimate humanity's short-sightedness and greed. The Norman family's honor. Damn it! Using the monitoring room's map, Bridget rushes back to where she got separated from Trojan. However, the main door seems to be damaged from the outside. Even with the passcode entered, the door only responds with a weak, brittle click. Another forceful attempt to pry open the door ends in failure. What's happening to Trojan now? Thing outside. What in the world is it? Are you really? Are you really just a butler for Norman Mining Corp? Why? Why are Mom and Dad's names on the data? The response comes in the form of an even heavier impact against the door from outside. Are you really just a butler for Norman Mining Corp? If you really are, Skysh, then why? Why are Zoe and Marion's names in these records here? The impacts against the door suddenly cease. Self-proclaimed Skysh, this supposed construct outside, seems to have stopped moving. Zoe. Marion. What exactly do you have to do with these two? Zoe and Marion. They are my parents. While changing the subject, Bridget continues trying to pry open the gate from the side. Thanks to Skysh's forceful ramming earlier, the inner side of the gate seems to have loosened some, making it possible for Bridget to work her way out. She would never leave Trojan out there alone. Zoe and Marion, they're your parents? A hoarse whisper seeps through the gap, as if emanating from the depths of hell. Are you... Bridget? How do you know my name? Though startled, Bridget doesn't stop prying at the gate. Just a little more. Thunderous crash, the gate collapses. Bridget, having finally broken through, stands before Skysh. Who's that? The confusion has clouded his logic circuit. Skysh raises his fists all the same when he senses the gate opened. Yet he freezes the moment his eyes meet those of the brown-haired construct. Looks exactly like Marion. Skysh, the baby's here. It's wonderful. Have you picked a name? Of course. Marion decided to name her Bridget. she's a bit older, she can go rock climbing and off-roading with us. Sure that's not too dangerous for a baby? You never described off-roading as dangerous when you used to join us back in the day. We were young back then. Things are different now. But we're still damn young. What are you doing here, Skysh? Zoe? Arian? What are the two of you? We've been living in Constantine all this time, handling the search and rescue operations around here. What's going on? Skysh? No time to explain. Quick, this way. Bridget. It's been so long, hasn't it? The dim mine shaft where day and night blur together. You can no longer track the passing numbers to tell how much time has elapsed in it. Turbulent waves surge through his mind once more, as the excruciating pain assaults his consciousness. Trojan! The moment she rushes in, she carefully keeps her distance from Skysh while making straight for Trojan to check her injuries. Blue-haired construct lies slumped against the wall corner, in visibly critical condition. Only after using up all her emergency medical supplies does Bridget manage to barely stabilize Trojan's vital signs. What exactly happened to my parents? Did you see them in the mine? Having made sure Trojan's vital signs are now stable, Bridget hoists her onto her back, turns to face Skysh, and slowly backs away.
No! Get out of here!
Suppressing his urge to destroy everything in sight, Skysh takes a step back to show he has no intention of attacking Bridget. The data from the monitoring room. Those videos you recorded. What's really going on here?
I failed them. Coronel, the data. It must be destroyed.
The hoarse voice cuts off abruptly, but Bridget has picked up some key words. Corona?
Get out of here!
Sharp waves begin to churn once more in his chaotic mind. While Bridget can't be certain what connection this construct has to her parents, seeing how severely wounded Trojan is, she knows that she can't risk putting her in more danger. Taking advantage of Skysh's disoriented state, Bridget hoists Trojan onto her back, slips away through the side path. As Skysh regains his composure, the memories of his dear friend slip away yet again.
I sworn to be loyal to the Norman Mining Corp and Norman family the rest of my life. Cannot let these matters see the light of day. Tarnish the Norman family's glory.
A strange sound escapes his throat as his pupils grow clouded and unfocused.
Need to destroy them.
After taking a detour and getting out of Skysh's sight, Bridget breaks into a sprint with Trojan on her back. Bridget is sure that the strange man has to have clues about her parents. They might have known each other, maybe even been friends long ago. Trojan? How are you feeling? Bridget leans down to check on Trojan. She only responds with murmurs. Stable vital signs. Guess there's no immediate danger. For some reason, that strange man seems to hold back when attacking Trojan. Bridget knows that she wouldn't have stood a chance against him in this old frame she's now in. With the tunnel blocked and the elevator out of service, there's almost no way out. All she can do now is find a secure spot to keep Trojan safe. Alright, should be safe here. After placing Trojan in a previously reinforced section of the tunnel, Bridget dusts off her hands and leaves clear markers outside the tunnel. It's all up to Bridget now. The gibberish coming out of the man's mouth. Bridget caught Corono and Data. That monitoring room might hold other secrets. More evidence that could prove Corono's illegal experiments down here in this mine. He seems intent on destroying the data. But Bridget knows that she can't let that happen. The data doesn't just hold clues to her parents' whereabouts. It's also telltale evidence of how countless souls vanished into this abyss without leaving a trace. Hyde's research group alone documented a bunch of innocent test subjects, including Trojan, while the others... Bridget reorganizes her gear and weapons, then adjusts Trojan's terminal to receive communication signals at maximum range. Alright, it should work. Aurora will definitely find us. Has to retrieve the data before that suspicious being evidence. She isn't going to let them vanish without a trace. When we meet again, I hope we can all share a beer-like alcohol-flavor electrolyte together. She turns and ventures back into the darkened mine shafts. Back into the depths. Oh boy, doing that guy's voice... I feel like that's how his voice would sound, but doing that voice hurts a bit. Back into the depths. Caution is for peaceful everyday life. Right now, we are going bold. A rhythmic buzzing pierces through Trojan's hazy consciousness. She instinctively tries to move. Pain surges through her body. With a hoarse groan, Trojan fights through the pain, her arm inching desperately toward the terminal that Bridget left within arm's reach. The soft chime, the terminal connects. Trojan? Bridget? Trojan? Help. Save your strength. We're trying to pinpoint your location. Her. Save who? Bridget? Following those two faint, mumbled words, the terminal falls completely silent. Hello? We instinctively call up to the terminal twice more. There's no response. Let's get going. I'm ready, Commandant. Hold up, we're coming with you. Teddy, where are you? Still trying to lock onto their signal source. What, you think this mine's an open field? Like we can pinpoint it in seconds? Should all stay up here. And let you go in alone? This is hardly the time for that kind of talk. The mine's collapsed twice, and that's not counting deliberate sabotage. Really think you can navigate it safely without a professional guide? Isn't the engineering force supposed to rescue the workforce that's doing? I'll go with them. Their mission scope doesn't go nearly as far. Aren't Bridget and Trojan even deeper down? Engineering force has its protocols. Situations like this, they can only conduct rescue operations at the upper levels. Going any deeper would be reckless. I won't let my people take such unnecessary risks. But I can take that risk myself. I'm already here, and Bridget's in trouble. There's no way I'm just going to stand by and watch. I've located the general area of the communication terminal. We need to hurry up. Well, I don't have any geological expertise. Judging from the fluctuations and interruptions in the signal, the situation down there is getting worse. Get going. After a quick equipment check, they join a newly prepared engineering force team, descend deeper into the mine together. Blades flash through the air as Lucia slices through the corrupted, revealing a construct lying beneath it. Over here! Before Karenina can speak, 2 team members are already jogging over. They kneel down as they have countless times before, entreating the fallen construct with practiced efficiency. Penetrating wound in the abdomen. Vital signs are poor, but we still got hope here. You handle the wound. Use Kit 3 for first aid. I'll secure the frame. Captain, we're pulling back now. Fall back. Alert the other squad members on your way back. Search only at this step, following standard time limits. Don't proceed any deeper. 2 members nod in acknowledgement, disappear around the corner, carrying the injured person. Just the 2 of us now. Teddy, where's the signal coming from? Which way should we go? Not sure. Teddy remains hunched over the keyboard, all the while looking up from her keyboard as her fingers fly across the key. What? Look, I don't know which way to go. Or I hacked into the mine's infrastructure system. Cave-ins and battles have wreaked too much damage. The data's all scrambled now. I can only pinpoint the general direction. Can't you tell exactly how to get there? Can't tell you exactly how to get there. Not like I'm the architect of this. Besides, even if the actual architect showed up right now, they probably wouldn't know how to get through either. An exasperated sigh, Teddy finally looks up and points to a side wall. Down this way, but... What? Smash open a path with that hammer? Hey, Lucia. You remember how we got up here in the first place? I remember, but it doesn't really matter. Like Teddy said, most of these tunnels are either buried or altered now. The remaining official paths might be blocked by equipment, and Corona has all the access permissions for lower levels. Don't forget, we've already hit 2 dead ends just now. What? Let's head down first. We'll try to figure out the right path once we've gone deep in. It's like this is our only option for now. Sky stops in front of her room, growling softly while pawing at the door.
Was it again? Oh, right. Monitoring room. That's what it was called. Could this be the place?
Gentle giant hand suddenly exerts its strength, causing the metal door to groan and warp under tremendous force. Skysh enters the room, finding the scene both familiar and foreign to his memories. For a moment, loses focus as his perception wavers, while memories and reality blur together in his mind. As a monitor-like device catches Skysh's eye, his demeanor shifts to one of certainty, as if he's finally found what he's been looking for. Skysh clenches his fist, suddenly lashes out at the device with explosive force.
That's right. This is it. This is the monitoring room. All evidence, and I'm not leaving any traces. Norman is clean. It's just Corono that's filthy. You. And you too.
As Skysh growls and wreaks havoc in the room, a figure briefly flashes past the doorway. Bridget glances at the storage room sign on the door, carefully peeks inside to check on Skysh. Sensing someone watching him, the massive figure quickly turns around, stirring up a gust of wind that sends shattered equipment parts flying in all directions. Bridget quickly withdraws behind the door. Her mechanical components whir into high gear. Too afraid to even lift a finger, takes a hard swallow.
Just a rat. Yes, the mines are crawling with rats. They're human skin and leech off Norman like parasites.
After a brief pause and hearing no further sounds, Skysh slowly turns back around. Clouded pupils fill with disgust as he mutters to himself, crushes the objects in his hands.
This dirty and disgusting piece of...
Witnessing this from outside the door, Bridget takes careful, measured steps, inching away from the room as quietly as possible. Once at a safe distance, Bridget suddenly breaks into a sprint toward the monitoring room. Good thing he's lost it. We need to hurry before he comes to senses. Despite the considerable distance between them, echo of her footsteps inevitably carries back to where she'd been. The faint echo of footsteps pierces through Skysh's clouded mind, granting him a moment of clarity. His towering figure suddenly goes still. Inch by inch, turns his head, scanning every corner of the room.
No. Wrong.
The giant narrows its eyes, leaning out of the room to peer into the darkness at the end of the corridor.
Could it be over there?
Last stand. She will not let the truth be buried in the darkness. Well, there's another 2 achievements. Well, I think this is the boss fight. Bridget charges back into the room and drops into the chair with a clang. She wastes no time booting up the monitoring system. Types on the keyboard while frantically patting herself down. External drive. External drive. There we go. Hurry. Faster. Gotta finish before he comes back. As the boot animation finishes, Bridget plugs her portable storage device into the port. Thumb drive. Surveillance footage. Select all. Cut. As the progress bar appears, Bridget's tension begins to ease. Casually brushing her lips with one hand now, she even has the luxury of time to click through the files to examine them one by one. Experiment project. Test subjects. Number of subjects. What is all this? As frames of footage flash before her eyes, Bridget maintains a composed expression, yet her nervous swallowing and increasingly rapid finger tapping betray her growing anxiety. Then, her typing comes to an abrupt halt as Bridget sees a familiar figure on the screen. Mom? She leans forward, her lips trembling slightly as she speeds up her operations and pulls up all files related to the footage in rapid succession. Chloe, Marion, rescue workers, time of mine entry, personal data, disposal instructions. Wait, disposal instructions? Her hovering finger trembles for a moment, before firmly pressing continue. A harsh red seal flashes across the screen, searing into her vision. Vital signs absent. Results verified. Signatory. Just as Bridget tries to make out the last few words, a window suddenly pops up on the screen. Error. Access to classified information detected. Process terminated. Provide administrator key and perform physical authentication to restart the process. What's this? Wait, what? A sudden noise strikes Bridget's already taut nerves, making her jolt. In that instant, the display screen before her goes dark. A sudden realization hits Bridget. Bated breath, slowly turns around. The display screen flickers several times, gradually illuminating her reveal a face, identical to that of the person standing before her.
Found you, Bridget.
Skysh now appears to be struggling to maintain his consciousness.
You shouldn't be here.
Oh, not fighting a boss yet, it seems.
That the bulk and progress of our times. Once you man your coming in for sight and breathe. Because there are always people who foolish, that the same tragedy keeps occurring. You can't change it.
Are you able to take this?
Can't take this hit head on. Better move out of its range of attack. No one's getting past me! I'll guard this place!
Ah!
It's dangerous ahead. Be careful. I'm already. It's just a scratch.
Ah!
No one's getting past me. That's all you've got.
Ah!
I'm already. It's just a scratch.
Ah! Oh, did he miss me?
I'll start. I'm already.
Ah!
It's just a scratch. No one's getting past me.
God, I love the music here.
Expectations, but still far from enough. Such feeble strength. How can it break the shackles?
No one's getting past me. I can still hold on. No one-
Ugh.
Quickly. Inform.
That keeps you going. Why can't it set him up?
I'm already. It's just a scratch. I'll guard this place. No one's getting past me.
Get some combustible stacks on you.
No one's getting past me. This is my final warning. I'm already. It's just a scratch.
Huh?
I can still hold on.
Ugh, I died again. Ugh. I really don't have the hang of Bridget's blocking.
I'm alright. It's just a scratch.
Hope it will be worth the effort I have been coming so far.
I'm alright. It's just a scratch.
What? Oh, again.
I'm alright. It's just a scratch.
Ah. Oh god. Eh?
I'm alright. It's just a scratch.
Man, that could have been really cool.
Guard this place. It's dangerous ahead. Be careful. That. On your side.
Oh. Ooh.
You did well. You have already proven your resolution surpasses mine. Go take what you desire. Don't look back. And don't show your mercy. Taking up the burden of that duty is the right of the living's glory. Let us in the final moments twist your lance.
All dangerous targets are eliminated. Whew. Winning sure feels nice.
Giant's body crashes to the ground with a thunderous impact, sending a ring of dust billowing into the air. Bridget staggers forward and attempts to raise her weapon, but fails, having exhausted herself completely. As Sky lies on the ground, the madness in his eyes fades away, leaving behind a glimmer of clarity.
I failed. What a disgrace to my duty. Oh, perhaps I had already failed in my duty long before that. When I failed to see through Hirono's scheme, while serving as Norman's butler. I just wanted to wipe away the dust covering the family crest.
Bridget swallows hard and makes her way to Skysh's side, using her weapon for support as she gradually regains her strength. Sweeping things under the carpet doesn't make the world clean. Hiding things doesn't help with anything. Things only get better when you put in the effort to make them better. Trying to sweep things under the carpet is pointless. Perhaps your actions. Drawing out her words, Bridget makes another attempt and raises her weapon. We're in line with your professional ethics. But before you were a butler, you were a human. A victim of what happened here. Going from victim to perpetrator is not the answer. If you truly regret failing in your duty, then please, stop letting your conscience slide further down this slope. Guy shifts his head ever so slightly, casts a glance at Bridget with the faintest hint of a chuckle. Then, his gaze drifts off into nothingness.
Go alike.
Wait, what?
Go ahead, Bridget. Right. Perhaps I've just been piling one mistake on top of another. I could blame it on my chaotic mind after the alterations. Better. If it weren't for that sick obsession, I wouldn't have become what I am today. Take them with you.
Lets out one final long sigh. All silent. Oh, but this is... What is it? Something else. First room. I still have control of Bridget before the boss fight starts. Or maybe it's an achievement for like doing something specific during the fight. Yeah, it might be. I think I'll Clash of Wills. Maybe it's for that thing where he tries to hit you with the big thing.
Are you able to take this?
Can't take this. No one's getting past me! No one's getting past me! I'm alright. It's just a scratch. Dangerous ahead. Be careful! I can still hold on.
Uh-huh.
I'm alright. It's just a scratch. It's dangerous ahead.
Ah!
That. On your side. I'm alright. It's just a scratch.
Beanie, beep, beep, beanie, beanie, beep, beep.
It's dangerous ahead. Be careful. No one's getting past me. I'm alright.
I will set up a tombstone for you all. What is it that keeps you going? Why can't it set him up? Still have time. Go now. So constant.
I'll guard this place. I'm alright. It's just this it. My final warning.
Yeah. Oh, that didn't go how I wanted it to.
I'm alright. It's just a scratch.
Have you left? effort I have spent coming so far.
I'm alright. It's just a scratch.
Still have time.
Ah!
So cut.
Damn it.
It's dangerous. I can still hold on. Quickly.
Oh, man.
Backup spots to prepare a rescue. Guard this place. I'm alright. It's just a scratch.
Okay, it's the time. This might be what it was. Maybe. Oh, I did it wrong. Okay, I think I have to, like, keep attacking. Keep going. Again, I'm not even I'm actually not even sure if that's what I'm supposed to be doing, but I'm gonna try it.
Are you able to take this?
Clearly not, because I'm getting my ass kicked.
Guard this place. No one's getting past me. I'm alright. It's just a scratch. No one's getting past me. I'm alright. It's just a scratch. That's all you got.
Yeah, you're not the only one who can do magma stuff.
I can still hold on.
I'm not even sure what hit me there.
I'll guard this place. It's dangerous ahead. Be careful. I'm alright. It's just a scratch. I'm alright. It's just a scratch. That's
Oh.
it.
You're gonna burn now.
It's dangerous ahead. Be careful.
Have you? Hope it will be worth the effort I have spent coming so far.
Ugh. Ah!
I can still hold on. No one's getting past me.
Oh man, I missed him with all those combustible charges. Oh, that hurts. That hurts.
What is it that keeps you going? Why can't it just give up?
Okay.
I'm alright. It's
Ah!
just a scratch.
I think I'll just come back to that. Maybe. Oh no. I've already tried. I don't want to move on without having done it. I hope it's not too boring to watch, though. I mean, it's a fun fight. Difficult fight. So hopefully it's still fun to watch.
Are you able to take this?
My best! Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep.
I'm already.
Oh boy. That looked painful. Wait. Okay, good. I didn't miss. Okay. We're in business.
I'm already. It's just a scratch. I'll guard this place. No one's getting past me.
Ah!
I'm already. It's just a scratch.
I tried to parry that.
I'll guard this place. I can still hold on.
I will set up a tombstone for you all.
Ah.
That keeps you going. Why can't just give up?
This is my final warning. I'm already. It's just a scratch.
We think can you
Ah.
been coming so far?
I'm already. It's just a scratch.
Ah. Wait.
Quickly, inform the backup squad to prepare a rescue.
I could be doing better, but I'm kind of just throwing myself at him a bit.
I'm already. It's just a scratch.
Okay, again. Wait, did I do it? Oh, and I didn't get an achievement.
I'm already. It's just a scratch.
Maybe the achievement is something else then. But again? I didn't know he could do it again.
I'm already. It's just a scratch. I'll guard this place.
Still have time.
Ah!
So hot.
No one's getting past me. Quickly, inform the backup squad to prepare a rescue.
Oh, I did. I did get it. It just didn't come
All
through
dangerous
until the end.
targets are eliminated. Whew. Winning sure feels nice.
It does, Bridget. It does. Yeah. Perfectly nullify all of Skysh's spike attacks. So that was it. Yay! There's still another level. Escaping the cage. Run toward this direction. We'll create a path for you. The terminal crackles with static. Bridget! Answer me if you copy! Karenina? Shit, Teddy! Signal's getting stronger. Establish contact with Bridget. The terminal static fluctuates in intensity before the device finally settles on a stable communication frequency. I've got Norman's map right here. Tell me your location. I'm at the bottom level, in an area below the lowest mining tunnel shown on that map. Shit! I only knew you caused that commotion just now. It's about to collapse where you are. I'll give you the coordinates. Run toward this direction. We'll create a path for you. Where's Trojan? Your member's leaving Trojan at... Trojan is with us. Luke Aurora spotted your signal. Come on, hurry up already. Right.
This place is collapsing. I have to get out of here now.
Ah, there's a timer. I mean, I figured there might be a timer, but... Wait. Is it dumb of me to be dawdling right now? Probably. But I know there's a hidden achievement here too, and I want to get it. You'll have to jump over. There's no other shortcut. Hey, are you alright? Oh.
Piece of cake.
Again.
Easy peasy.
Jump down? Or can I get across? Around, just... If there's anything else here. Anything.
There's no time. Climb up this cable. Phew. Almost there.
There's something I can do in here? Looks like it.
The door is stuck. Hurry up, open. Okay, it's open. locked. Hurry up, open! It's open.
Okay, okay. Open, please. Ah!
I'm alright. It's just a scratch.
Okay, apparently blocking the falling boulders is not a good idea. Ah! Found a hidden door. Or, wait. Is that where I was supposed to go?
Virus key is locked by the security system. I have to unlock it in the central control room with authorization.
Oh, okay. It wasn't a hidden. It was a normal thing. I don't have much time.
The security system was damaged by the falling stones. I have to restore the power. Should be similar to how we fixed the circuit earlier.
Crap. Oh, jeez. Where? Here.
Nice. The fire escape is open.
Hey, let's get out of here. Ah! Wonder what the hidden achievement is. I look at the... I keep forgetting that if I pause it, it'll tell me what the name of the achievement is. Extreme Escape.
This place is collapsing. I have to get out of here now.
What do they mean by extreme escape? Do I have to, like, get out within a certain time?
Piece of cake. Easy peasy. There's no time. Climb up this cable. Phew. Almost there. stuck. Hurry up, open! Okay, it's open. It's locked. Hurry up, open!
Going as fast as they can, Bridget.
Okay, it's open. I'm alright. It's just a scratch.
Maybe it has to do with that? Like getting through that part without getting hit? Why is this? If there's nothing you...
Locked by the security system. I have to unlock it in the central control room with authorization. The security system was damaged by the falling stones. I have to restore the power.
Still the
Should be
same one?
similar power fix the circuit over.
Connect the power!
Nice. The fire escape is open.
Weirdly, it doesn't seem like I'm going that much... Extreme escape! I got it! What did I do? What did I do differently? Oh, within 5 minutes! Oh, yeah, okay. Cool. I was right. Okay. Last story bit. Final twist. This is a mission brief, not a Golden Age movie. There are no twists and turns. What happened next? I just met up with Karenina and the others and then returned to Earth. Scattered sighs and murmurs fill the air as the story comes to an end. What else did you expect to happen? Some spectacular mine escape? Some mysterious force suddenly appearing out of nowhere? Did any of that really happen, though? Stop daydreaming and get back to work, all of you. This is a mission brief, not a Golden Age movie. There are no twists and turns. After getting a playful bonk on the head and hearing the story, Court Force members return to their posts, perfectly content. These new rookies are getting harder to handle with each batch. Despite her words, a smile plays at the corner of Bridget's lips. It's quite a story. Luke Aurora, what brings you here? Running an errand for someone. This... a letter from Trojan? You can call it that, but it's really just a folded note. Hey, Sunshine. I thought I was the one who saved you. I guess you saved me again. Let's skip the formalities. We should grab a drink together whenever we're free. The note carries 2 short lines on it. Exactly what you'd expect from Trojan. Thanks, I'll take that. But why are you the one delivering it? I ran into her when I was trying to submit my mission report. Trojan was checking in at the military department. You're there to hand in your mission report. It's the only construct modified with tantalum copolymers. But there's no way Babylonia would ever let her back to North Mining Corp. Apparently on her way to a new mission and not having much time to spare, Trojan asked you to pass along this note, knowing that you'd see Bridget in a bit at a meeting. How's she doing? Good. Trojan's data was transferred from the Star of Life to the Science Council. A unique condition of her frame was discovered. After a thorough examination, Asimov concludes that Trojan's successful modification using tantalum copolymers can only be described as a miraculous coincidence. Whatever made the mission a success remains unclear. One thing is certain. Memories she lost may never be recovered. Indeed, completely losing those memories might not be such a bad thing for Trojan. As long as she doesn't mind it herself. Oops, it's about time. You're going to that meeting too, right? Yes. Well then, shall we? Say, would you have a few minutes to spare after the meeting? She reaches her hand out to you with a smile. The Science Council called for this meeting following a preliminary analysis of data Bridget had retrieved from the underground facility. Based on our findings, Science Council Section 1 has concluded that the research on tantalum copolymers is merely in its conceptual stages. While the tantalum copolymer can be classified as a new branch of research, I personally do not find it promising. This might become a new beginning in time, not just yet. Science Council has incorporated this project into the Tantalum Theory Laboratory, Section 1, where further research will be conducted. So, did the Science Council also retrieve all the laboratory data from that time? If, as stated in the mission report, the lab used the data from live subject experimentation, then would this not indicate that the Science Council has violated the regulations prohibiting unauthorized experimentation? I regret to inform you, sir, we did not utilize any of their laboratory data. All recovered illegal data has been completely destroyed. Why? According to the data that the Court Force has retrieved, all experimental models recovered from Constantine Mine's underground laboratory fundamentally flawed. Their theoretical data was built entirely on incorrect premises. But in another way, their approach was flawed from the very beginning. Trojan and the underground giant construct were successfully modified. Their compatibility with tantalum 193 copolymer was naturally at a low threshold value. And then both subjects invariably developed adverse effects. Therefore, all experimental data retrieved from the mine's underground facilities can only serve as evidence of criminal activity. Science Council will compile all of it, remit it to Babylonia for processing. This, to you, counts as using illegal experiment data. Well, you're free to see it that way if you so wish. Wow, that was really impressive. That's true. When it comes to this subject, Asimov never yields an inch. Before entering the mine, no one knew about the illegal experiments in the laboratory. The way they're now making a fuss after retrieving experimental results, it shows how desperate they've become. Glad to see the data being used as evidence against Corona. Thank God I didn't risk my life bringing it back for nothing. Besides, the core objective of this mission is to restart the Constantine Tantalum Mine. The project regarding tantalum copolymers was first proposed during the Golden Age. Any other questions? Sheepishly, Counselor drops the subject. With the Constantine Mine being reactivated, I'm sure they'll be able to find Mom and Dad's remains one day. I suppose this is the best ending to this story. Gently closes the final page of the mission briefing in her hands. A gust of night wind blows outside. Heavy curtains shield the room. In the dim light, Victoria sits upright in Norman Mining Corp's conference room, closing the joint statement in her hands. A comprehensive report of everything that occurred in the mines has been sent to your terminal. Overall, everything appears to be in order. Excellent. With a wave of her hand, she dismisses the researcher from the conference room. Well then, pleasure doing business with you. Likewise. Raises her porcelain cup, gently clinks it with that of the figure sitting in the shadows. But haven't achieved what you initially promised. And I was never aware you had already extended your reach into Norman Mining Corporation's laboratories. Recovered the Constantine mine, and you obtained part of the experimental data. Our laboratories were investigated. You now have new criminal charges. Fair and square. Say? Yes, ma'am. A deep chuckle emanates from the figure sitting in the shadows. What became of that test subject? Construct by the name Skysh, your household butler, if I'm not mistaken. He's just a dog loyal to a bygone era. The final courtesy buried his remains in the Norman family cemetery on Earth. Well then, I sure look forward to working with you again. Likewise. Raises her porcelain cup once more toward the figure sitting in the shadows. Who? Who was it? Someone from Corono, I think, but who? Got this. We're getting all the achievements. Alright, that's the end of this story chapter. Right, that's it from me, everybody. So, let me see if I can do a raid. I can try raiding Lastio. Last time I tried it, it didn't work, but I can try again. No, I can't. Okay. Well, Nebukero is also here, so I'll raid Nebukero then. Alright, thanks for coming along, everybody. I hope you all had fun. I did. And I hope I can see you again sometime. I don't know when or what I'll stream next. But there are a couple of new games that I've gotten that I want to stream at some point, so maybe I'll do one of those next week. See you later, everybody. I hope everybody has a good night. Well, it's doing the thing again, where it's not showing the raid message, but I... If the raid isn't working. Hope it is. Yes? No? Working. Okay. Okay. Yes, this happened. Worked.